Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome to the Modus Super Series, where a little bit of normality has been restored after all the fun and frights yesterday. It is time for business, as we will find out the final five to make it through to finals night. Kurt Parry already there, having won Group A earlier in the week, and with us all week, Mr. Glenn Durrant. Glenn, thanks for the fun yesterday. The beard's gone. And back to business today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great day, joking aside. I mean, I thought the darts as well last night really delivered as well, but a fun day by Hull.
And one man who certainly did deliver last night, Marvin van Velzen. What a performance from him, the reigning champion, finding his feet this week.
Yeah, we felt just niggling at the back of my mind is that he would bounce back. It hasn't been his week. And in one way, it could be a good thing that it hasn't been absolutely perfect for him this week, because sometimes you just need a reality check. And obviously the headlines was Kurt Parry in Group A, but he delivered. He wasn't at his sparkling best, but that's a good sign that he may be saving his best for Saturday night.
Yep, 3 go through from Group B. This is how the table looks after the first night of play. Van Velzen looks like he's got a foot there, but 3 players tied on 4 points. Taylor, Durbridge and Hayward. Gary Stone, no. Rock bottom. Can he turn it around?
I don't think he can. It's same old with Gary. And like I say, I'm his biggest fan. I really am. And I've championed him for so long. And I still think there's a big change in his career somewhere. Maybe it could be Lakeside. He goes into his 11th seed. But it was his demeanour, the shake in the head. Like when players were hitting a treble 20, he was like rolling his eyes. Well, he's got to expect that when he's at the Modus Super Series. And I was slightly disappointed for Gary, because he is one of my favourite players.
Well, we will find out tonight from 10 p.m. who will go through from Group B. But this afternoon, it's all about Group C. And here are some of the key moments from yesterday's action.
You require 130.
A superstar from Mike. Babyface. Double 8 for the 12 darter. That is a start and a half. Just sort his doubles out. He's outscoring Luke Smith. Has the luxury of going for the 16s. He's going to get an opportunity.
On a third leg.
Only needs the one dart this time. Different target.
To the advantage in this encounter. Just seen a fabulous 108 from Anton Ostlund. Is he going to back it up with a 1-2-1? This is stunning stuff from the Super Swede.
And the match.
Well, that is the brilliant Baker. Yeah, and it was a perfect session for Scott Baker, the mod on the march here at the Live Lounge. Fantastic stuff from Scott yesterday, Glenn. You mentioned it, playing quite a lot of methodical players didn't suit his style, but boy, did he deal with it well.
Yeah, and that's the thing that really impressed me, because, Scott is the type of player, he's a real rat-a-tat-tat, and I thought he may have struggled because at times it felt like a slow burner of a group, and he was the shining light in there, and 5 out of 5, you can ask for no more. He's a big scorer. He was hitting his doubles yesterday as well. I mean, the job's almost done for him. And with a couple of debutants in that group as well, he should qualify quite comfortably.
One player we spoke about a lot this week, Anton Ostlund, a former winner. Much better day from him yesterday.
Yeah, he topped a lot of the statistics, averages. He's the only one to hit 100-plus average. It's just when he came up against the 2 top players in Jim McEwan and Scotty Baker, they're the 2 games that he lost. But we're seeing positive signs, but I'd still like to see him race through the winning line. First game for him of the day is game 3 against Jim McEwan. Watch out for that game, because the winner of that match could have a deciding factor on qualification.
Well, which 2 will go through? This is how things stand going into the final session of the group. Scott Baker, he looks pretty much home and hose, just has to get a couple of wins realistically to cement his place at finals night. Anton Ostlund does occupy second spot. Jim McEwan level on points, and Michael Huntley and David Mayle, after coming back from 3-0 behind against Luke Smith, they're all in contention, just 2 points off second place, and this is how the bookies see things. Baker a strong favourite. This is to win the group, by the way, 1-5. Ostlund second favourite, Jim McEwan third. They don't really give Huntley or Mayle much of a hope. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, 100%. I think they've got it absolutely bang on. I think the qualifications about Ostlund and Jim McEwan, nothing to separate them. Which Jim McEwan are we going to get? So we're now into the 5th day for him, and we've talked about he's over the age of 55. You certainly know about it when you played 5 days of darts. An intriguing afternoon in prospect.
If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Right, the first match is about to get underway. It's a repeat of that game that we just referenced there, that comeback win for David Mayle when he was 3-0 behind against Luke Smith in the battle of the ADC qualifiers. That is the opening encounter today. Had plenty of drama yesterday, and there is plenty more darting drama to come in Series 9.
Going to a very high power. It's a perfect power so far.
You require 140.
Like father, like son. Like father, like son. Double 18. Mason Whitlock hits the 9 darter.
Mason Whitlock.
Here at the live lounge.
Double 19. And Storbots doesn't need to practice. Can he do it? This time he can. And get through. But it's the only one he needs. Just needed to check that the trouble was in. And the good news is the double is as well.
Add a double in this contest. He couldn't sweep in again, could he? It was the 150 in the last leg. It's the 135.
Series 9, week 7, it's the Highlander, John Anderson!
Oh, he was so close! So close!
I think so. The one time that I played early in the schedule, I didn't make the semi-finals. The twice that I did,
Starts to get the better of John Worsley.
Modus Super Series 9, big names, big moments, big matches, and it could be a big day for this man, David Mayle, who, after a struggle in Group A, has put himself in a position, maybe, just maybe, to turn his week around entirely. He came back from 3-0 behind against Chester chucker Luke Smith on his Live Lounge debut yesterday to win his final match and put himself on the shoulder of Anton and Jim McEwan, who have 6 points and share second spot. The 27-year-old also making his maiden Modus appearance is looking to go level on points with the pair. They do play in Game 3, so he won't be level for long. Between now and then, Scott Baker, the runaway league leader, will take on Michael Huntley. And I'm delighted that Duzzer Glenn Durrant is alongside me and that Jack Garwood is back in his usual name,
First
in his
leg,
rightful
it's Luke
place,
to throw first.
and calling game on.
Yes, if this had been a boxing contest for David Mayle this week, he's been on the ropes and potentially the referee about to stop it, and he just got a couple of opportunities yesterday. And that final game of the day, how much has it helped him
97.
in preparation of this opening game of the day here for Luke Smith? Chatted to a lot of people in the know about him. He's definitely on the up, doing really well in a lot of the
52.
ADC competitions in Wrexham, Chester area. Didn't perform yesterday, and that is a dart which was very typical of what he does. He's a real flicker of a dart, so it can look a lot
42.
worse than what it is. And like I said, he's desperate to get a win under his belt.
He made that
6.
Smith lead disappear yesterday. I'm quite relieved to see you, Glenn, because you and Henry disappeared at the end of yesterday's show. Haven't seen Henry yet.
Yeah.
$31.
Would be a nice story,
95.
wouldn't it, for David Mayle? I think one of the real positive things we were talking about was that when he had that nightmare Group A campaign, winning only one of his 15 games, your head can go down. You almost, I don't want to play in this Group C.
140.
To get a couple of wins yesterday, beyond 4 points, and that real opportunity to move on to 6 points, where then you, who knows from there, you're gathering a bit of momentum. Maybe we'll see the real best of the Cambridgeshire County player.
$60. $57.
Just
Luke, you require 131.
early opportunities here. Both 130 something.
$43.
Yeah, not
David,
enough,
you
you
require
feel.
137.
A couple of good attempts at the treble 19 tops. That was the decision he's made. Excellent
97.
setup play from Mayle.
Luke, you require 88.
Good dart to leave, double 16.
72.
Flick it
David,
into
you
the required
require
target.
40.
So Mayle could carry on this winning run of legs against Smith. This will be 5 on the spin. And double 5 would get it.
35.
no.
Luke, you require
Here's that rocking and
16.
rolling style. That double 5 was a long way. Luke Smith,
it's
when he
on the
pushes
first
that
leg,
arm
Luke
through, he's a
Smith.
much, much better player. You can just see he's just trying to just release any
Second leg
tension in
is
the
David to
shoulders.
throw first. Game on.
Maybe that double 8 will just get Luke going as just a little lift up of the eyebrows there.
It's really nothing between them yesterday
100.
statistically, but one standout stat. The averages 0.06 between them in the mid-70s. The high average, high 70s, 80 flat for Smith.
91.
The checkouts 2% between them. The highest checkout 89 and 85. But Luke Smith 7 180s. David Mayle 0.
Yes, he had 4
41.
in one game, didn't he? It was a real feast or famine performance from Luke Smith.
Only player, not just in the group, but in the entire day that didn't hit a maximum. Mayle.
He did bring over double figures from Group A. He did hit 10 180, so the scoring power is there, but the big thing we notice about David Mayle is the lateral drift into the 5s and the 1s. That's
45.
shown in that final dart there. And I've talked an awful lot about this movement in his throat. When you have that much movement, you've got to release the dart. So when you're coming across his body each time, you have to release it at the same time to get that alignment right. That's something I feel technically you may look at after seeing himself play for 5 days on the brilliant stage.
$95. $59.
Very inconsistent Luke, isn't it? We talked about all those 180s, but we've seen a couple of darts go really low 5, very low 20s there. He's not settled just yet.
140. $134. David, you require 80.
When he talked about the alignment, and this type of finish will test that. Nice and straight, big 20. It is awkward, that first dart. That's a really good dart. Decides not to move and almost just
60.
lobbing over those 2
Luke, you
darts there.
require
Just trying to
84.
get the feel of the tops. And for Luke Smith to take a decisive 2-0 lead. He'll go at the 14 bed. It's bullseye for a 2-0 lead.
35. David,
Maybe
you
he doesn't want to end
require
up 3-0 up
20.
again, Glenn. Be having Halloween nightmares. Recurring ones.
On the second leg, David
So maybe
Mayle.
that's a blessing in disguise for Luke Smith as Mayle levels up this encounter.
Third leg.
It's very
is Luke
obvious
to
just
throw
watching the
first.
pair of them. There's not
Game
an
on.
awful lot to separate between the pair. It could be another 4-3. I think just Luke needs to settle. Just there's that horror dart that he has.
44.
There's a real flicker of the dart myself. I know when you don't get that right, it can just look a lot worse than the type of
40.
throw that David Mayle has. I'm trying to see if he
74.
stayed with the same flight, stems, darts and points, because Luke Smith is known in the Chester area as Peter Wright, changing his darts almost
59.
during games as well.
$44.
Well, this could be a big move for Mayle here. Just
81.
couldn't keep the dart straight.
Yeah, it's all constructive what we try to give when we try to analyse throws and look at strengths and weaknesses of players.
58.
Sure, David's got a long career in darts if he chooses to do that. Obviously, we've talked an awful lot of the fact he's just become a father now.
100.
Who knows what the future has, but you can never take the fact away. He's been on that stage. He's given himself the opportunity to do that. He'd like to finish today on a real high.
83.
Good start. This time he gets a bedfellow.
100.
And there is the first Mayle maximum of Group C.
$96. David, you require 41.
To back up the maximum. Sticking with that trusted tops, and
Gates
that's the
on the
reason
third
why
leg, David
Mayle leads for
Mayle.
the first time in the match, 2-1.
Fourth flag, it's David
And
to
a
throw
reminder,
first.
if he wins this game, he's
Game
on the
on.
same number of points as second place Anton Ostlund and third place Jim McEwan. The top two in this group go through.
It'd be some
81.
story, wouldn't it? I guess if David can get through this game, his next match is against Ostlund.
And after that, he plays McEwan.
He'd have taken that this morning.
27.
I'm sure he didn't really overlook this game, but the fact to move to 6 points, I say he's had a week where he's been sat plumb bottom. I know when I was in a similar situation, it's almost a little bit of embarrassment when you're going back to the
42.
players area when you're not winning games. Well, it's far from that right now for David Mayle.
Yeah, but you used to be Premier League champion, Glenn.
Never talk about it, though. Where's that poster anyway? Let's get that on the wall.
46.
We've got a whole host of major winners as part of the commentary and punditry team here at the Modus Super Series. Former Players Champion Paul Nicholson will be with us tomorrow.
140.
Been a few of those, hasn't there, over the last couple of days?
Yeah, it looks so much worse than what it actually is. Like I said, until you throw a dart, he doesn't have that follow through. If you have a look at the
69.
technique of him, it just literally flicks the wrist. So it's just all about the timing, and when he gets it wrong, it just looks awful.
60. $83.
I think the mixture of Luke having his problems with his throw, is just really
138.
adding the hope and expectations for David Mayle. Well, that's a classic one. You can just see that follow through, the stabby follow through.
26. David, you
David Mayle
require
looks at
40.
tops again.
Game shot on the fourth
Yeah,
leg.
decent
David
darts
Mayle.
from David, who leads this match 3-1 and is One away from back-to-back wins, something that he hasn't
Fifth leg,
experienced.
it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
I'm just going to ask a question, Glenn. Is the difference the fact that David's
58.
been here all week and that Luke Smith has just joined yesterday?
I think me and you were on the same wavelength, you know. I was about to say that in the previous leg. It could be. And the mixture that there's been a couple of horror darts
60.
from Luke. We'll have a little look at his throw right now. What I want you to look at is the follow-through. Look where the arm ends the hand. You hear me promoting so much about that beautiful, elegant follow-through. Well,
60.
he's a real flicker of the wrist, so you'll see that. Whereas if you look at David's, if you watch the hand at the end, it's almost the fingers are then touching the carpet at the end, which is quite a standard follow-through.
58.
That people have this perception that you have to do that. Well, Luke doesn't do it, but when he gets that flick of the wrist wrong, you can just see there the disappointment from him and the belief sort of comes away. And when he gets it right, that's why he's been
41.
getting all those 180s in this game. So two totally different styles here.
The one that springs to mind for me as a comparison, certainly in terms of the follow-through or lack of follow-through for
133.
Luke Smith, is Lorraine Winstanley.
Well done. I was hoping you were going to go somewhere else. I was chatting with Lorraine last week. And she's absolutely even short of the flick.
43.
Played in the Women's Week we held here at the Modus Super Series, and there will be more in 2025.
42.
More opportunities for women.
Which is great to hear. Been working a little bit on the Women's Series alongside you as well at times, and yeah, there's a fantastic amount of
43.
players coming through now. Young players. Robin Byrne, it was fantastic to see her winning the Europe Cup this year.
And we are going to see Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who won that Women's Week, in the main
121.
series. As she was informed on stage after winning that.
Well, put in the email, tell her from me to put her Welsh shirt on, because I've never seen her lose with her on.
42.
David Mills never
David
looked like
require
losing this game
87.
after losing that opening leg. Time on his side, treble 17's the shot. Doesn't need to go the bullseye to leave his trusted tops. Big 20.
32. $60.
Yes, it could be a
David, you
long
require
day for Luke Smith
55.
now. I'm sure when he got on the hockey against fellow ADC qualifier, he felt it was a 50-50 game. There hasn't been much to
shot on the
separate,
match,
but since
David
that opening
Mayle.
leg, David Mayle dominated that game. And David Mayle, despite all his trials and tribulations this week, you can just see his reaction now, which is absolutely brilliant to see. Moves to 6 points, and what's even better, that puts him joint second place. So big smiles for David Mayle all round. Could be a long day for Luke Smith, but we do move on to match number 2. It's the unbeaten Scott Baker against Mike Huntley.
It's Bill, the Howard Taylor. Gaza, Glenn Durant.
Shots and a match.
It's Wolfie, Martin, Adams. Adrian, Jackal, Lewis.
Game inside the third.
King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George!
Game, shot, and...
So game 2 of today's 15 fixtures is about to get underway, and it features yesterday's star man, the star baker, Scott Baker, who won all of his games on Thursday, sending shivers down the spine of all his opponents on Halloween. Will he carry on the start of a new month? Baker on the charge at the top of the table and in charge of Group C, no doubt about that. The 38-year-old Tipton Tornado, who has reached the semi-finals 3 times before, and Michael Huntley, who is celebrating today his 53rd birthday. Series 2, Week 9 semi-finalist looking for a return to finals night for the first time in a while. Can he have a happy birthday? Or has he left himself too much to do, Glenn Durrant?
Well, I guess some would say it's a tough ask against Scott. It's a bad
First
draw
leg,
to get
it's
Scott
to
first
throw
game. And
first. Game on.
I'm looking at it from the opposite. I think he puts all his eggs in one basket here, because if Mike Huntley's going to qualify, you sense he has to win all 5 games today.
60.
And if he beats Scott Baker, who was, based on yesterday, the best player in the group, so on his birthday, to have Scott first game could be a blessing in disguise.
95. $60.
Fairly comfortable win yesterday for Scott over Mike. 4-2. An 85 average was enough.
100.
He did show real signs, Mike, throughout the day. I think he'll have been a little frustrated. I think he deserved maybe 6 points yesterday.
100.
But I have to say, the one game that I identified when I saw the line-up today was
81.
game 3. So please stay with us. Jim McEwan and Anton Ostlund. That could play a big part of who qualifies today.
Not just Huntley celebrating his birthday on the
140.
1st of November, by the way. Many happy returns to Darren Webster, who's played here quite famously, or maybe infamously, at the Modus Super Series.
55. Scott, you require 141.
Also the anniversary of Phil Taylor's
130.
epic 2009
Mikey require
European Championship win when he
170.
beat Steve Beaton in the final. Beaton, of course, who hung up his arrows yesterday.
Yeah, some brilliant photos.
105.
It was a brilliant day
Scott,
for
you
Baker
require
yesterday.
11.
Big number. Right smack bang in the middle for double 4.
Game
Super
shot on the
start.
first leg. Scott Baker. Second leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on. $125. 81. 100.
Yeah, totally different pace to this game. Arguably the 2 quicker players in the group, certainly for Scott Baker.
140.
It was absolutely lightning quick. Feeds off playing someone really quick as well. So I think that's the one thing that would have pleased him most yesterday. Huntley smacks in. His fourth 180 in this Group C campaign.
Mikey require 96.
Potential 11 darter.
Great start, isn't it? For the birthday boy.
56. $70. Mikey require 40. Game shot.
Many happy
leg.
returns.
Mike
Huntley gets level against Scott. But you don't want to beat the baker. You won't get your cake.
Third leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on. $60.
Yeah, I must admit, you don't often see much emotion from Scott Baker. Very, very likeable player. He's going to Q School this year.
81.
Yeah,
Done an awful lot on the secondary tours, Chris, but he still thinks he wants to be and still has dreams of what he wants to do.
Well, he had a card before, didn't he? Had an immediate impact on the Pro Tour. I think he reached a semi-final in his first event or first weekend.
Yeah, if you remembered rightly, it was the time when I struggled through Q School and he sailed through on day one.
41. $100. $85.
Yeah, I did notice Scott Baker had a couple of sets of darts. He was practicing in the accommodation we're staying at, so whether he's trying a new set or just bedding a new set.
Well, you mentioned it yesterday, the old set. There were times when they were falling out the board. And a couple of times he could have had a 180. He only ended up with 20 or 60 or... He was knocking darts out.
57. Mikey require
Quietly
40.
but effectively getting on with the job. It was a potential 11 dart in the previous. Down on a finish after 12. Just look at the score a bit because he has to go for the double five.
35. Scott, you require 118.
118. Couldn't manage it, so 5 in bits
Mikey
for Huntley
require 5.
to get the break over Baker. Lovely, right in the middle, double 2.
1.
May come to rue that
Scott,
missed
you require
opportunity.
74.
Yeah, very reminiscent of yesterday. Opportunities for Mike Huntley. He'll be disappointed if this goes in.
54. Mikey require 4.
A lot of head shaking. Shoulders going down. Head going back, but it's another opportunity for Mike Huntley.
Game shot on the third leg. Mike Huntley.
No problem whatsoever. Not the
Fourth
start
leg,
of the
it's
day
Mike
for
to
Scott
go
Baker.
first.
And despite
Game
only
on.
2 from 7 on the outer ring, Mike Huntley's averaging over 91, so it's a tidy start to the day for Mike. Couple of 180s being the real highlight.
140.
Back in the treble 20 bed.
Yeah, good display this so far from Mike.
140.
Yeah, we talked yesterday, Chris, that the programme sort of fell
85.
nicely for Scott Baker, having a couple of the debutants early doors, where he's got Mike here. His next game is against Jim McEwan. He could be looking over his shoulder.
41.
Very on brand, those darts, aren't they? Beautifully in line. As we see Huntley tightly grouping his arrows.
140.
Yeah, nicely in line with the shirt, the whole mod theme from the Paul Weller lookalike.
41. Mike, you require 136.
But it's Michael causing malice here.
Yeah, there was the option of treble 90s. Has to stay there. He's made the decision to. And look, it's not the end of the world. A big 20.
60. 59. Mikey requires 76. 56.
No dramas, he will be back. Real potential shock here early in this Group C campaign on Friday. Scott Baker looked so comfortable, didn't he?
Mikey required 20.
He doesn't at the moment.
$10.
Well, he'll expect to be
Scott, you
back, so
require
leaving double five is
135.
a little bit of an issue. Or will he be back? He's on 85. He's got choices. Huntley returns for a 3-1 lead.
Mikey required 10.
I think he's just using that sip of the water. Is he going to go direct? You want to split. But with Scott Baker on the 2-dart himself, he's going aggressive. Right decision. Is it the right outcome?
Furious, absolutely furious.
6. Scott, you require 52. Game shot on the 4th leg.
And he will be
Scott
seeding
Baker.
now as Baker breaks back. Therein lie the problem.
5th leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Baker, brilliant on the doubles, as Meatloaf once said. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and 2 out of 13.
140.
Well, you can fill in the missing lyrics.
Yeah,
45.
not the birthday present he was hoping for. Scott Baker riding his luck a little bit yesterday to win those 5 out of 5.
59.
Not looking comfortable.
$81. $37. $60.
May start in the 19s here, but with a 50-point lead.
95.
Last start to leave the big fish.
Huntley, it was looking so good for him, wasn't it? Opportunity to be leading 3-1, a good one as well, and now he's
100.
on the cusp of
Scott, you
trailing
require
3-2.
170.
Real chance missed. If Huntley were to win this
60.
game, Baker would stay on 10, and then he'd be part of a 4-way tie on 6 points. Really open. Really, really open.
140.
Well recovered.
Scott, you
Yeah, he's been the
require
better player in this game.
110.
It's been all about the finishing of Scott Baker. Can't get down to a finish on this occasion.
54.
And Huntley on 75 will
requires
expect at least a
75.
dart at tops. Treble 17 will be the shot. Big 18 at his tops for a 3-2 lead. And after
Game
all
shot
those
on the
missed darts at a
fifth
double,
leg, Mike
isn't that so typical on a combination finish? The better player in this match is leading 3 legs to 2.
6th leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
That'll make Huntley feel better, as Baker now ponders his first defeat in this group.
41.
And I'll whisper it quietly because we haven't even discussed the prospect of Scott Baker not making it, but we have seen players win all the games on a Thursday,
85.
lose all the games on a Friday. In fact, a couple of them are called Scott, spookily.
60.
Messrs. Mitchell and Walters. And then not gone through.
60.
It was Chris Murphy who said that, Scott Mitchell, not me.
100.
We've also seen Glenn Durrant lose all his games on a Thursday and a Friday, not go through.
140.
See, I'm fair. If nothing, I'm fair, Glenn.
Yeah, bully.
136.
If he has gone to the newer
43.
dart, Chris,
Like you require,
if he's going to then go back to the
164.
old ones after this performance. There's Mike Huntley, 6 darts away from 164.
60.
Doesn't find the treble, though, so brings Scotty Baker back into this leg. Would be a breaker throw for Scott.
137. Like you
Puts
require,
himself
104.
in a good place, but Huntley has a chance to win it here. Oh, he's found it. What a dart that is. And what a win that is. And what a way to win that is for Mike Huntley, the birthday boy, who is the party pooper for Scott Baker. He ends Baker's winning streak. And after 5 victories yesterday, Baker is beaten for the first time. Huntley, on his birthday, gets a big hug from the referee Jack Garwood after a big win against Scott Baker. And a win he deserved as well. You have to say that. He missed a string of darts to lead the game 3-1, but then a couple of combination finishes capped off with that wonderful 104 sees Mike Huntley get a victory in the opening match of his day. And the opening match of Jim McEwan's day is coming next. He's going to take on Anton Ostlund.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
him.
it.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
Towards the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
that is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lad.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggle today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
It's one of them things you either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
The unbeaten streak of Scott Baker is over, and it's the birthday boy Mike Huntley who takes the spoils in game 2. Smiles all round there from Jim McEwan. He looks comfortable today, which could be a really big day for Jim McEwan as well. Anton Ostlund from Sweden doesn't give an awful lot away, but this is the one game that identified as the biggest game early doors. Both on 6 points overnight, both will feel that they're good enough to get that second qualifying place, ... with Scott Baker. But after that previous result there. And we're about to see another twist in this Group C, because the Modus Super Series will often come up with its own stories. Anton Ostlund was actually the player of the day if you look at all the stats. The only player to have 100 average. He topped the average chart. Felt like he's got better throughout the week. Hasn't always got winning ways when he's playing well. An intriguing match, Chris.
Really is. And just to further highlight that point about Baker
First leg,
being
it's
chased
Jim to
down,
throw first.
whoever wins this game
on.
will be within 2 points of the man at the top of the table. That's how quickly things can change. Baker suddenly looking over his shoulder. But will it be McEwan or Ostlund who moves into P2?
59. $100.
If you had to pick two from now, Chris, who would you go for?
I was just going to ask you the same question. Beat me to it. I can see Baker holding on. I can't see a complete capitulation from Scott Baker. But I was very
48.
impressed with Michael Huntley. The only thing I will say is he put his best performance in his first match yesterday as well. I think that Cream usually rises to the top.
44.
So I'm going to put my chip on Jim McEwan.
It has worked out well for Huntley as well, because he's back next against you have to say, an out of sorts Luke Smith. I do fear for him after that opening game.
121.
Are you going to agree or disagree?
Well, I'm not one to sort of change my mind. Ostlund was my value for money
96.
bet of the week. So I'll stick with him.
Don't know if it's Halloween theme yesterday or something he always does, but I have noticed Anton Ostlund walks around with his darts sort of through his knuckles
90.
like some sort of claw that he's wearing when he's retrieved them from the dartboard.
$100.
Yeah, luckily it's just by the flights, isn't it? I was thinking, is he by the points? But when his first dart was going in yesterday, there was maybe about an hour.
Anton, you
when
require
he really did look $1 million. That first dart merchant, we often say. Just dropping a little bit low today. That's a superb setup on a 160 finish.
You require 140.
McEwan has got the calibre. He's got the CV. Loves it here at the Modus Super Series, but hasn't been a great week for him, especially on his checkout finishes.
$83. Anton, you require 20. Game shot of first leg.
So,
Anton
break a
Ostlund.
throw for Ostlund. There you can just see that little claw.
Second leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Don't know if it's a superstition or if you used a certain flight and stem setup, you'd be forever dropping them, wouldn't you? The flights would be popping off.
140.
It was the final game on Monday. Jim McEwan was magnificent in this match. He beat Anton 4-0. He averaged over 100. And we were talking about the fact that if anyone's got to get anywhere near Kurt Parry, it would be Jim. But from Tuesday morning, things just haven't gone right for Jim McEwan. But he's always been okay with Anton. They've played each other 4 times.
97.
And Anton's only victory was on Wednesday, and that was a tight 4-3 win. So when they have played, McEwan's come out on top.
$60.
Looking a little bit bothered at the moment. Ostlund's playing well. McEwan isn't yet.
$58.
He let us down there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Where was the claw?
I'm obsessed with these little quirks. Who was the player a couple of weeks ago who was holding his darts by the point?
125.
There was a player who was holding his darts in his second hand by the point, and actually you could see the sense in it because he was picking him up straight into the grip that he needed. think it was Jamie Owens.
90.
Well, I should know that, shouldn't I? Because he's on my doorstep.
What's he doing there? Did you not give him a treat last night? There's the claw.
I just thought he had long fingernails. My eyes are going.
$85. Anton,
Well, can McEwan claw his way back into the contest, or will Ostlund give him another wound here? Oh, McEwan stays on scratch, and Ostlund doubles his lead with a ton topper.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
There's the claw. Anton Scissorhand.
Well, it's doing plenty of damage to Jim McEwan here. Ostlund is bossing this bout. Averaging 96.97 coming into this third leg. He's 2 out of 2 on the doubles. He's got a 116 checkout. And all of that
91
could add up to a second place for Anton Ostlund, with all of them on level 6 games apiece. He would go into a provisional progression place.
123.
Yeah, we like to use that in play too. It doesn't have created a lot of debate, let me tell you, in the players' lounge. There might be a practice in there. Obviously, it's subject that table to Anton going on and winning this game. But just the fact that Michael Huntley could see his name there, he knows he's up next in a big game, which he'll go into that one as a real big favourite. It was interesting to see no Jim McEwan in that top 3. It's a game he has to win.
54.
Well, Ostlund could go out in 6 darts from here. It would be a sensational spell.
108.
You are a medium this week. I will give you that. On Monday, called the best 170 and said this is going before a dart was thrown, as I just postponed my further chat just to witness the frustration there from Jim McEwan. Never nice to see from
85.
one of the best players we've seen at the Modus Super Series.
Well, if this goes, Glenn Durrant should buy me dinner tonight, surely. Another
miss.
95.
That was good lie as well. I was getting very hungry all of a sudden. 139 for McEwan. It's on 57 off, treble 14. Would have teed up his favourite tops.
72.
Yeah, we'll come back to that 139 in a second.
75.
I've seen this attempt by Mike Huntley earlier, and he hit the tops with the last dart. Will it be the same outcome for Ostlund? You have to say it's match point.
Game shot on the third leg, Anton Ostlund.
Dare I say, a bit of reaction there from Anton Ostlund, and look at that. 3 darts at a double, 3 hit from the Swede.
It's Anton to throw first.
What a start to the day.
McEwan denied even a go. 139. What's the Dr. Durrant theory?
It's not a theory. I was watching the greatest miscounts on darts, which often come up on social media, and that moment where Phil Taylor assumed there was 72 points left once he hit the treble 19, and the way he stared down Paul Hinks and doubted his scoring when he called
59.
bust.
Didn't Gary Anderson then have 139 to take out? Taylor took out 139 needing 129, was it? Or the other way around?
No, you're absolutely spot on. Well remembered. And yeah, Gary had the joke about it before he threw a dart at the same finish.
Well, Jim McEwan needs something special suddenly, and he is fuming, frustrated.
28.
For the fear of repeating myself, you just sense that during the week Jim has been sort of trying. I think at his height of frustration, when he's almost playing to the crawl, I can't
57.
say that playing really quick and really suited his game. It's just finding that happy medium for him right now. But I know what it's like when you know you're playing slower than you want to because you're just overthinking the situation and making
44.
the game difficult. That's how I read Jim McEwan at the moment.
Well, he won this game yesterday. It kept him really in it. Ostlund was playing fantastic darts at the time. McEwan got the 4-2 victory, ground it out. But But no signs in this one of a similar outcome.
60.
And this is where being cool and calm like Anton is may come very handy. He's not going to get excited when he sees that winning line.
100.
If he sees that winning line, because that's what McEwan can do. Just being too few and far between. You feel one treble enough. That's awkward, though.
54.
Well, he couldn't get the 170 when it meant Glenn would buy me
24.
dinner, so you know what's coming next,
Anton, you
Glenn.
require
If this goes,
170.
Murph is buying me tea.
Thank you very much. We'll go Dutch.
105.
He'll take that, though. McEwan has looked a pretty desperate player during this. A man with so many records here at the
Anton, you
Modus Super
require
Series.
65.
But it's a big chance for the Super Swede.
Not just for a win, but for a fantastic victory. Hasn't missed a dart double in the game.
45.
But he does miss the
Jimmy
match
require
start.
148.
Yeah, just a little look over at the score there of McEwan, which tells me he was in the zone. He might not. Yeah, look at the reaction there from the Swede.
84. Anton, you require 20.
But it's been a super performance. It was the game that we really highlighted early doors. It would put Anton Ostlund in clear second position. For a big win, double 5.
10. Jimmy requires 64.
He was 3 from 3 before this leg. He's now missed more doubles than he's hit. How things can change. McEwan, though, hasn't had a dart double yet in the match.
24.
He has now, but he fails to find it.
Anton, you require 10.
Just taking his time.
Eight.
He's got the collie wobbles.
Jimmy
The
require
head shake tells you
40.
everything. That winning line was there. I said he'd have no problem when he sees the winning line. Well, the problem's maybe just starting now. Jim, double 10 has been okay on this week. His biggest start of the match.
30. Anton, you require
One more opportunities for Ostlund now, looking at double 1 to get it won. And that's the one he wanted.
Anton
And it's a
Ostlund.
fabulous victory in the end. McEwan passing up the opportunity to get back into the game by getting a leg on the board, missing 4 darts in that 4th leg. As Ostlund, who missed 6 himself, managed to cross the line. 4-0, a great start for him. He moves into second place. He's actually now got a big boost to his leg difference as well. But Mike Huntley can join him on 8 points if he can take on the so far pointless Luke Smith after the break.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's been a big, big win for Anton Ostlund in that battle for possible qualification. Puts himself in a clear second position over Jim McEwan, and that victory for Mike Huntley over Scott Baker in Game 2, still making it very interesting. Scott Baker still in firm control at the top, but doesn't it look tight from second to fifth? All to play for. Every game you feel will be a big one, and Mike Huntley had the perfect start, and he goes into his match with Luke Smith, who's still searching for his first win. So really, really good moments for the very, very likeable Welshman. I'll only mention it once. On his birthday.
Yeah, will he be partying in Portsmouth tomorrow night? That is the aim of the game when it comes to Friday. Get through your group, get yourself onto the Super Series stage on Saturday.
You can understand why he's called Babyface, because he does not look 79-year-old.
Doesn't look a day over 53.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He's a player who lives and breathes every dart, wears his feelings on his face, doesn't he, Mike Huntley?
It was a very timid handshake there from Luke, almost apologetic. Waiting for his best dart, but that put fear in me before a dart was even thrown. What you dream to play on this stage can soon be an awful
81.
reality.
And don't forget, you can come down on a Saturday to watch the Super Series start in action, see who will lift the trophy at the end of the evening, get through to Champions Week.
60.
And for the next couple of weeks, not tomorrow, but the following two, we've got afternoon sessions as well. The women's ADC
100.
Winmore Tour finals, and again the men's the following week. If you get your ticket for £2, you'll get entry to 2 sessions of darts. Tomorrow night, why not keep the Halloween theme going and
59.
come down in fancy dress? We may even have a prize for the best fancy dress, so I'll be in to pick that up on Monday because I looked fantastic yesterday.
100.
Don't think Henry Deacon's in the top 3, Glenn.
Well, I must admit, I took a little bit of stick about mine, saying I blew the £1.99 Modus Super Series budget. Cost me a fiver.
137.
So why did Henry Deacon
Mike,
come dressed as a rooster?
156.
You tell me, as Huntley is looking supreme at the moment.
120.
Yeah, he's looking confident, isn't he?
He's so likeable. You know, like I say, it's my thought is with Luke at the moment. That ADC qualifier, you come here with all your dreams. You want to play on that stage.
45. Mike, you
And
require
in the week of Halloween,
36.
it's been an absolute horror for Luke. No such problem so far today for Huntley, but you don't want to mess around on double 9.
18. Luke, you require 157.
Huntley was looking to take out 156. Smith can't really threaten the 157.
83.
So options here,
Mike, you
straight
require
for it, or does he
18.
fancy a split?
I think he'll go straight. Well, he has gone for straight for it. His biggest weakness this week has been his doubles, just 28% yesterday.
Luke,
And
you
missing
require
double after
74.
double after double. And Luke Smith, who looked timid, looked almost apologetic. He's going to get a dart at tops if he can stay straight on the big number. He's got away with one there. He's struggling.
54.
Left a
Mike, you require
clear bed, didn't
9.
he, by that pull below the treble. Now, Huntley on the 9. Twos never lose.
Game son of first leg, Mike Huntley.
I think relieved is the expression he was acting out there.
Second leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just calming himself down. Yeah, forget the stats, numbers. 8 missed dart at a double is a real average.
44.
Average buster. But he's 1-0 up. And on the in-play table, it's looking very, very good right now for Mike Huntley. This could be a great day for him.
Yeah, just out of the picture there, Huntley mouthed the word concentrate to himself.
108.
It worked.
Yeah, his scoring's been absolutely fine. Like I said yesterday, could have been better. And the Achilles heel was the doubles. It has sort of spilled
94.
over into today, but still plenty of time on his side, especially when you've got the scoring power that he's demonstrating right now. Big 5, of course.
It's interesting that he did speak to himself about concentration, because
25.
one thing that is definitely noticeable with Mike Huntley is one bad dart breaks his concentration totally. He reacts to it quite dramatically.
So that's where you need that reset mentality. We see Marvin Van Velzen, he stands back for
60.
3 or 4 seconds. Now, I think one of the things for Mike Huntley is he doesn't often deviate downstairs. You wouldn't want to with a dart like that. I'd like to see a bit more board management from him when he's dipping low on the first dart. Hopefully one of his darts will just go low. You can see him laughing and joking. He knows what he needs to do in this game. He had an excellent attempt at a 1-5-6 in the first leg.
57.
Is it going to be any better in the second?
156.
It's as you were in leg 1. This time doesn't start it off with the perfect shot.
60.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Smith's not in striking range.
$43. Mikey require 96.
For a 2-0 lead. It's 18s and 9s once again. He's going to split.
80.
That might be just learning a lesson from the previous leg. Never too old to learn, Mike.
$59.
Yep, it's all about
Mikey
Huntley at the
requires
moment.
16.
1 from 10 on the outer ring. Make that 2
Gage
from
on the
11.
second leg,
He leads
Mike
2-0.
Huntley.
Well, last week, the Modus
Third
Super
leg,
Series
it's Mike
finals
to go
night was
first.
won by the man from
Game on.
Huntley, John Henderson, taking the Week 7 title. Who will be winning on Week 8? All we know so far is Kurt Parry
140.
is through to finals night. It looks like Marvin Van Velzen, the reigning and defending champion, will be joining him. Will Scott Baker be there at the start of the day? We thought it was a definite yes, but Mike Huntley has thrown a spanner in the works by beating him, and he could be doubling up here. He's halfway to his second win of the day.
57.
It's more of a definitely maybe now for Scott Baker, but the fact he's got Luke, the fact he's got David Mayle, the guys on debut where Scott must feel he's a better player than them, that would put him to 14
44.
points. He's still in pole position. He's had that opportunity to go back, but he's got such a tough next game. He's had a long wait as well as Scott Baker. Sometimes you write your own story at the Modus Super Series, and
123.
you can just throw up so many different storylines, but the leading actor at the moment is Mike Huntley. He's looking really good for 2 wins out of 2.
100. 60.
I'm getting plenty of messages, Luke, off your friends and fellow darters to say this is not the Luke Smith we know, and often getting beat by at the ADCs.
81. Mikey
it's been a
require
tough watch for him.
121.
But his opponents are playing really well against him. It's bullseye for a 3-0 lead.
88. Lukey require 136. $96. Mikey require
for that
33.
3-leg cushion, chooses double 8. And
Yeah,
that's
shot on
why
the third leg.
Huntley in
Mike
charge.
Huntley.
What a start to his day this is turning into. And what is the difference, Glenn? You can play in your local competition on the
flag, it's Luke to
ADC
go
or on your
first.
practice board at home
Game
and be a superstar, but then you turn up on the stage in front of the cameras and you just cannot get going.
Yeah, I'm not a sports psychologist, but I can go and give you the experience. And
100.
number one, number one is there's a game on the floor and there's a game on a stage. You know, at the Modus Super Series, the players will come up. They're telling it's the best stage to play in amateur darts right now. But there's a big difference of then going down your local ADC, which the vaults are only a best of 3. You're getting chances on a night. And the next part of it is when you get on this losing streak, it is so difficult. I mean, David Mayle's dealt with it now. He's moved on to 6 points. So I think that combination for Luke Smith, he'd be so frustrated because that drive down to Portsmouth, that excitement from qualifying, a group what we looked at where we're thinking maybe one of the debutants can do really well in this. But it's been pretty painful watching Luke.
96.
Well, he's in a decent position in this leg. He did manage to get a leg in the ledger against David Mayle in his opening match.
96.
He will still be feeling the pain, I think, about that defeat at the end of yesterday. That was a tough one to take. 3-0 up to lose it 4-3. Now he's wondering where the win's going to come from, isn't he?
60.
He's got all of the top players in this group still to play.
And strangely enough, when you're 3-0 down, you know, those flicky darts have gone because there's probably not a great deal in there. There's that resignation that you've probably lost the game now. Can we see the best of Luke? Can he have a comeback from 3-0 down? Because he's definitely suddenly found a bit of form. Downstairs is the shot.
137.
Excellent, Luke Smith. Really, really good.
Look out, Mike. Here he comes. Or does he? This could put him away. Not to be in the anguish etched on the face of Huntley once again. Smith will get a turn. At tops, it will only be his second double in this game.
83. Luke require 40. Game shot on the 4th leg.
Luke shoots it in. Look at the surprise on his face as Smith gets a leg. Straight in tops.
5th leg.
Great
It's
dart.
Mike to throw first.
And Huntley
Game
still
on.
has work to do.
Yeah, good lad, Luke. We just sort of witnessed his dart just maybe going in a little bit better, but
140.
just a little reminder, it's his to lose from here. This is so much better. Nice to see. Add this to the collection.
108.
What a springboard. You just saw something happening for Luke as I was mid-talking about how difficult it was to watch him.
Well, you also mentioned maybe relaxing when
43.
you think the game's gone, and the flip side of that is suddenly at some point you start thinking I'm back in this and tense up again.
Yeah.
97.
But he is, you said it about the way he throws. When he's on, he's on. He's whacked in 8 maximums in this group.
Yeah, I often use an analogy with boxers when you're a flicker like that. The smoother, when he's jabbing at the dart, it looks really nasty, and that's when that smile comes on because you know you're not letting go. You're panicking when you're letting go. And we saw when he's looking really good, it's a smoother release.
Yeah, we've seen both sides in this leg. 180 to kick it off, and then 15 points with every single number missed in his last visit.
177 maybe.
$137. Mikey require 123.
The bull will win it.
98.
Finds the moat around the castle, but he's not the king yet.
72.
It's easy as 1, 2, 3. I was about to say 72 points for Luke Smith to really get back in this game. Double 12. Just double checking with the referee. Centre of the board. And there's the jab.
70. Mikey required 25.
So can Huntley put it to bed for a double delight on his birthday? Double 8.
9.
Still hasn't
Luke,
crossed the line yet.
2.
Keep it smooth and you won't lose, Luke. We see that really jabby attempt at the double 6.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Luke Smith.
The surprise, the shake of the head. He's right back in this game because incredibly, we're now back on throw.
Sixth leg, it's Luke to throw first.
Smooth
Game
operator looking to level the match, causing chaos for Michael Huntley. So I'm ask the referee there what was left after hitting that treble 16. You can't ask the referee what you've scored or what you've left. You can't ask them how to take it out. Or you can't ask them, can I leave a finish? Which is something Nathan Aspinall did to one of our referees, Owen Binks, on the PDC Pro Tour last week.
But didn't Owen Binks, didn't he milk it on social media though?
Yeah, his little face lit up when he asked him. He thought, this is my moment in the spotlight. And
58.
The understated, so reserved Owen Binks. Ooh, look at me.
123. $42.
While we're on the subject of Nathan Aspinall, snuck in the Players' Championship Finals, 64th seed, which means the number 1 seed, Chris Dobie's got to play him in the first round.
Yeah, that's the good news for Nathan. The bad news is out of the Grand Slam. He's just lost his qualifier to Cameron Menzies. I think he lost to in the end.
And that was a long time coming, that Pro Tour win for Menzies, wasn't it? Fair play.
Yeah,
45.
so talented. I could write a book on Cameron, but he's beginning to show that maturity now. It's maturity that might just see Mike Huntley through this game.
Yeah, we do chat darts,
80.
not just about here at the Super Series. A good conversation with Henry and Glenn earlier this week on the new Winmore World Masters, the PDC remastering the Masters tournament. That's available on the YouTube channel.
108.
But right now, it's about Luke Smith
Mike, you require
piling pressure on Mike
117.
Huntley.
Treble 19 needed. It's 3 180s in this game, 2 of them coming from Luke Smith.
57. Luke, you require 116.
So inconsistent, but when he's good, he's good. This, to go 3-3, needs treble 19.
There, what's left was the question. 78 will have been
42.
the answer from a
Mike, you
mathematical
require
mastermind
6.
like Jack Garwood. But this could be the end.
Game shot and the match.
And it is.
Mike
Huntley survives a little bit of a scare there as Smith was coming back into that one. But it is a very happy Huntley on his birthday here. He's won both of his games so far and he's risen up the table. He's on to 8 points. He's in touching distance of Scott Baker and level with second place Anton Ostlund after a fine win. Could have won it easier. Missed a few darts at double. Smith came back into it, but Huntley crosses the line and puts himself firmly in contention, though Ostlund could move 2 clear of him and level at the top of the table if he can defeat David Mayle after the break.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg on 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums earlier here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Some wonderful memories there from the archives at the Modus Super Series. A 9-darter there from Martin Adams. Even just looking at the setup to where we are now, it's smiles all round. It's certainly been a happy hunting ground for Mike Huntley. 2 wins out of 2 so far. He's had the perfect day. Big smiles for Anton Ostlund. He was involved in the game of the day so far against Jim McEwan. It was such a one-sided match in the end. So he'll be feeling good about himself. It is the 5th time he's played David Mayle this week. And on Monday, game 2, similar to this, it was David Mayle that got over the winning line in that one. His first win at the Modus Super Series. But since then, Ostlund has dominated David.
To throw first. Game on.
Just has a different feel, the fact that David Mayle's on 6 points. But big, big opportunity for the Swede. He can go top of the table.
100.
On legs difference.
No, I did go for Jim McEwan earlier, but I was very impressed with how Ostlund handled that match. He put in some decent performances yesterday as well. I think he will be one to watch. But Huntley has joined him on 8 points with that win.
I was just looking at the dynamics between them, Chris, and I got the sense that they'll probably become fairly good friends, maybe even practicing together in the players' area.
60.
Does it make a difference how a player performs? If you're a sort of passive character, you like to get on with everyone, you've got a nice environment, does that bring out the best in you compared to whether it, you know, someone like yourself, Glenn, who's quite aggressive and...
Believe it or not, I was aggressive in the BD. I did my own thing, and I think part of my problem in the PDC was trying to appease everybody else. And I would say to David, we can tell you're a nice character, but part of being at the Modus Super Series doesn't mean you've got to go in the players' area and be
95.
best friends with everybody.
I've always thought to myself, if I had the talent to be a professional dart player, I would take a close friend with me and see everybody else as an enemy, as a rival.
Yeah, I think Gavin Price is similar to that. Peter Wright. This is a superstar from David Mayle. The treble 12 would have left double 18, so he'll just take his time because the treble 9. Just confirming. Just needs the big number to leave the double.
87.
I think he miscounted in the end.
Well, he did ask the referee what was left there. I thought when he mouthed back to him, he did say 45,
60.
but then he went
David,
for a 3.
Require 42.
They may knock him that. He sort of
138.
looked over at the referee there, didn't he? But yeah, we were pretty adamant. He said 45. Isn't this typical of Ostlund, though? He's looked $1 million in that game over Jim McEwan, but a really, really slow start
94.
here.
David, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg. David
All's well
Mayle.
that ends well. David Mayle, who had, whatever the situation was, he had enough darts at double there, didn't he? And he managed to hit one of them.
Second
Takes the
leg,
lead.
it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just looking at the in-play table there, Chris, just to see if Mayle had gone into a
60.
qualifying position, but legs difference may play a part today.
However, how interesting it could get, Glenn, because if Mayle does win this match, 10 points for Scott
82.
Baker, 8 for Ostlund, Huntley and Mayle, and then McEwan plays Baker. It could be 10, 8, 8, 8, 8.
43.
Yeah, there was an awful lot of chat about the lack of quality in this one. The one play, it could turn out to be the group of the week.
97.
Last match of the day is Mayle against Huntley at the
6.
start of the day. We wouldn't have earmarked that as decisive, but it could be. Mayle himself is looking for his
100.
third straight victory in this group, having beaten Luke Smith twice in a row.
Yeah, good on the young lad. He's had so many issues this week and almost getting pumped for every game. It's tough to take.
96.
But how you respond, it's been versatile. It's been patient. It's accepting the situation. I think you tick the boxes for all that and getting better and better
135.
and better.
$94. David, you require 87.
For a breaker throw. He's been the better player in this game.
51. Anton, you require 148.
Yeah, dominated both legs. And he will return. Had 5 darts at double in leg 1. He'll get the same if he needs them in
David,
leg
you
2.
require 36.
Look, his doubles haven't been great this week, David. I don't want to put the mockers on it. There's the perfect marker.
Game shot
I'll
as
tell you
second
what, he's
leg.
improving.
David Mayle.
Every single day, David Mayle is improving. Just that scrappy win against Luke Smith at the end of the day
leg, it's
yesterday.
David to throw
A
first.
huge comeback win.
Game on.
A lovely start to the day against Luke this time, where he was much the better player. And Anton Ostlund, who has at times looked the best player in the group,
100.
is floundering right now.
$140.
He's a different player.
180. $180.
Leg of the match. Leg of the day. They can't miss.
86.
I do like bullseye on that last dart. Certainly, this is the Ostlund what we were expecting from leg 1. He's so frustrating to watch, but a potential 10-darter
David, you
on.
require 135.
Well, this will tell us a lot about David Mayle if he can stop him getting that, but he can't. Needed at least a 25. Ostlund's been nowhere in this match, and now suddenly
31. Anton, you require
looking for the
16.
best leg of the week.
$14.
Could not have gone much
David,
worse.
you require 104.
Yeah, that'll test the calm exterior. It's tops for a massive lead.
84. Anton, you require 2.
Madhouse then. Marker. Another.
Game shot on the third
Utilised.
leg.
Halves
Anton
the deficit. Huge, huge moment in this match.
Yeah, did you see the reaction as well? Let me tell you.
Fourth
He's won
leg. It's
games.
Anton
He's
to throw first.
played really well.
Game on.
I've never ever seen a fist pump from Ostlund all week. He's kept himself very reserved. But he knew the importance of that double one. Back on throw now. Can he get back in the treble?
55.
Lovely response from David Mayle.
80.
I'm talking about his lack of maximum hitting yesterday, but he's put that right today.
85.
Can he carry on?
140.
Everybody said in tandem, including Mayle himself, after 5 perfect darts.
This is beautiful. This is outstanding. Where's he been all week?
Well, suddenly both players have found purple patches at the same time, and it's a joy to watch.
$57. David, you require 111.
It's been a stellar leg from both so far. Treble 17 would leave a double.
57.
Not so sure about that last dart. That would have left double 7 had the treble 20 gone in.
124.
Just needs to gather his thoughts. Will he be back?
The bull says no. And it says no to Anton Ostlund.
David, you
So
require
Mayle
54.
for a 3-1 advantage. He's needed multiple darts at double to win legs. He's only getting 1 here. But he nails it.
On the 4th leg,
big dart,
David Mayle.
big moment. And Mayle is up to it.
Yeah, and the only reason I was surprised there, I think 95% of
David
the
to
time
throw
when he's had
first.
1 dart at that
Game
tops
on.
with it 1 dart in hand, he's dipped low. So whether that was on his mind and he just almost just aimed just that little bit higher.
57.
That's a beautiful dart. And what a story we could have here.
$140.
And doing it while Ostlund's upped his game as well is extra impressive from David Mayle, because Ostlund has found something in this match. Mayle's weathering a storm.
85. $41. $95.
His best average of the week, David Mayle, was against Anton on that day 1. 88.90 victory. He's peppering that right now.
$108.
5 180s in a week of darts where we've just seen an incredible amount. It was almost record breaking on Monday.
100. Anton, you require 140.
This match could come down to the quality of the finishing. It's Ostlund down first. Can't finish, but can set it up nicely and does that. He'll play safe. Eyes will be on double top.
100.
Perfection.
David, you require
Can
164.
Mayle win it in incredible fashion? Can't fashion a chance. So Ostlund returns for tops
86.
to break the Mayle throw.
Anton, you require 40.
There's pressure on it. We've talked about how cool and calm he is in this type of situation, but this is getting nervy.
No score. David, you require
Opportunity now,
78.
a real opportunity for David Mayle. Would be a 3rd straight win. And it's double top. And
It's
Mayle
shot, and the match.
wins
David
the match
Mayle.
against Ostlund, and that makes things incredibly interesting in Group C. This could be a thrilling Friday. Strap yourselves in. Good camaraderie at the end, but now we've got a 3-way tie in 2nd place. All 3 of those players just 2 points off the top as Mayle marches on with a hat-trick of wins, and he joins Ostlund and Michael Huntley on 8 points. And if Jim McEwan can beat Scott Baker In the next match, there will be just 2 points separating 5 of the 6 players in this group. Do not go anywhere.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
And this is where... Hang on, wow. He's on the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. He's done with Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello!
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No one aiming, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When
you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a breaker throw. Steve West at triple 20. Tops, the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Yeah, what a potential story we have. It is so tight, this Group C. And that's a lot of it's down to that man in 4th place, David Mayle, who had a horror show in Group A. But a couple of wins today. Mike Huntley also backing up what he was going to be doing on his birthday. A couple of wins for him. And Scott Baker is all of a sudden looking over his shoulder. A missed opportunity for Anton Ostlund in that game with David Mayle. And Jim McEwan sat in 5th place, maybe thinking it's all over, but a win here over Scott Baker, and we have got a thrilling ending to this Group C.
Yeah, Baker wins it, and he's suddenly sitting pretty again. But if McEwan wins it, 2 points between 5 players in this group, and it's anybody's. The 2 spots at finals night to join Kurt Parry and 3 from the 5 players in action this evening. So a huge match here to determine the direction of the day. Are we going to carry on with this theme park style roller coaster, or will we get a little bit of serenity and order restored with a Baker victory in this one?
I mean, I don't think Scott Baker's
First
been
leg, it's Scott
brilliant this week.
Game on.
Jim McEwan has been so up and down, and I think it's the most desperate I've seen Jim on a stage at the Modus Super Series. As that 4-0 defeat to Anton Ostlund. I mean, what can you do in that 40 minutes since then? Maybe he's gone on the practice board.
But I'm glad he switched them, because the darts didn't look like they were firmly in the board, and we did see him knock some out yesterday, although nobody did that more than Scott Baker.
100.
I do find his stance quite fascinating, Scott Baker. It's almost just like his normal standing position. He wanders up to the hockey as if it gets in the way and just stops and throws 3 darts quickly.
46.
Yeah, you often see the front leg and the back leg with quite a big lot of distance between. It's almost he's got like 2 feet on the hockey. You can see the gap, the huge gap there for Jim from his front foot and his back leg. The back leg is often used for your balance. But there's that unique stance of Scott Baker.
42.
The feet are so close together.
$60.
I said it's a great camera angle of why a lot of the players do persevere with that treble 20. Of course, that's the ideal dart for a player, but when they're going underneath.
123.
I see Scott Baker use that treble 19 just a little bit more.
Well, he tried it, Glenn.
99.
I've just given the
Jimmy
thumbs
require
up.
151.
151 for a break. Treble 17. Oh, he wasn't far away. A whisker.
80.
Yes, he had a high finish of
Scott, you
88
require
yesterday. And only
112.
105 for the week, Jim McEwan. He's really searching for that real big finish.
42. Jimmy requires 71.
We'll be happy enough with this finish. Treble 17 is the target. He finds it for 2 at 10s.
$61. Scott, you
I was
require
getting a bit fearful
70.
there for Scott Baker. Even just his demeanour as he stands behind was going to get a chance at tops.
30. Jimmy require 10.
Is he already predicting his own downfall?
Game shot on the first leg.
McEwan
Jim
lands the
McEwan.
first blow in this one.
I mean, I know a lot of you will be just concentrating on the darts like you should be. Just
Second leg.
keep
It's
an
Jim
eye
to
on the
throw
demeanour of
first.
Scott Baker right
Game
now.
on.
This is a player overnight. And the pundits, commentators pretty much just saying he just needs a couple of wins. He's getting jittery. He's getting a little bit nervous. Not something that you
100.
associate with Scott Baker because he's so laid back. But things are not going his way.
99. $100. $100. $44. $126.
Yeah, real clash of styles. A very traditional Jim McEwan, methodical. That point of release being so important to him.
99.
Rat-a-tat-tat of Scott Baker, all about rhythm. Almost like the darts on a one piece of string.
100. Jimmy require 158.
I mentioned searching for that big finish. Does it come here for Chucky? It won't. But he is going to pile more pressure on Scott Baker.
96. Scott, you require 76.
Once again for Baker, probably just the one dart or a double. May not be any. That is criminal.
But McEwan himself could have gone for the ball with his last start, previous visit. Would have had 2 darts at double guaranteed here. He's only going to get 1. It is at his favourite double.
22.
But he did need the other.
Scott, you require 40.
I was just watching Scott Baker. I think he expected that one to go. It's in his hands here.
30.
What is going
Jimmy
on?
require 40.
Full quota this time for Jim, and he only
It's
needs
on the
1.
second leg, Jim McEwan.
Chucky doubles his lead. Baker suddenly struggling.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
That doesn't tell the full story because there are another 2 players on 8 points if Jim McEwan wins this match. Baker stays on
81.
10. Ostlund, Huntley, McEwan and Mayle would all have 8. Incredible, with 3 matches each left to play in the group.
Are we coming down to legs difference today?
60.
Well, I'm going to be totally honest now. Having watched this group yesterday, I didn't think today would be
100.
so exciting.
I thought Scott Baker would run away with things or get the couple of wins he needed. I thought Ostlund would put the afterburners on. How wrong could I be? But for the neutral,
96.
this is great.
$100.
Following this,
59.
one player will get to 10 points because Ostlund and Huntley go toe-to-toe. Then Scott Baker returns to face Luke Smith, who hasn't got any points
140.
yet. Then McEwan meets Mayle.
How many chances for Anton Ostlund is my mind's going to? Every time he has that real possibility to really get the grips.
Scott, you
He
require
seems to fall
80.
short. You sense that's a must-win the next game. Has the luxury going the 16. Scott here. It's double top.
40.
He will be back.
$77. Scott, you require 40.
To get his day really up and running.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott Baker.
Reduces the deficit. Just to hold a throw. Advantage still to McEwan.
Fourth flag. It's Jim to throw first. Game on. $60.
McEwan does lose the match. Baker is pretty much out of reach for him.
85.
6 points behind with 6 to play for. So his attention will turn to second place. But if you think about this, Glenn, the fact that someone in the next match is going to get to 10 points, he would then be 4 behind them with only 3 matches left to play. This actually could be must-win for Jim.
83.
Yeah, I think it absolutely is the case, especially with the fact he was sat in that 5th position, because not only are you relying on other results, or you don't want to, it could be multiple results. For Scott Baker, he does have Luke Smith
134.
next. So it's a big emphasis on this game for both players for me. Again for the neutral.
100.
A win here for Jim McEwan. What an ending we have here.
$96. $135.
Finding
Jimmy
his
require
range. Puts
111.
McEwan down to a finish first. Starting upstairs. He won't like that, hence the wry smile. Baker will be back for a potential 2-darter. What a mess.
22. Scott, you require 98.
Double 12.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Scott Baker.
Well, Baker rather speedily taking out that.
Fifth flag. It's
I think
Scott to
there's
throw
that horror
first.
moment there for
Game on.
Scott there, where he's thinking, have I miscounted here? Almost like waiting for a bit of VAR.
100. $41. $100. 140.
That's better from Gentleman Jim.
And suddenly he's gone from cruising to worrying again here. Jim McEwan has to get that break back.
$86. $44.
Well, we've had a few shocks at the Modus Super Series this week, and the world of darts has just seen another one. Gerwyn Price will not be at the Grand Slam of darts this year. He just lost out in the last qualifying match to Mickey Mansell.
58. Scott, you require 157.
Two-time champ not going.
$29.
I think I've seen more reactions from Scott Baker in the past 2 days than I've seen in a decade that I've known him. So placid, so understated. His head shaking.
Scott, you require
It's
128.
almost like he's just trying to get that winning line before it's there.
Look at that. The arms flapping about in the air after one bad dart.
52.
Can
Jimmy
McEwan
require 116.
feed off that energy?
It's so unlike him. That's a little bit awkward, so move right to the left-hand side of the hockey. Could see enough of that treble 19. But just look at Scott Baker behind, fidgety, walking about.
51. Scott, you require 76.
And that type of finish again for Scott Baker, and once again he's missing big numbers. Unbelievable.
Goes treble 11 for tops.
Game shot on
What
the
a
fifth
save
leg.
by Scott Baker.
Sixth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Well, he smashed
Game
himself
on.
in the head, but he is ahead in this match, 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know what Scott Baker's like, he's just fun, just great to be around, a wicked dart player,
95.
but so understated, doesn't give anything away, impossible to read, almost on the Anton Ostlund sort of standards. So to see him being like this qualification's clearly on his mind, but a victory over Jim McEwan here, plays Luke Smith next. He could only be half an hour away for being on that 14 points, which will be right on the border of qualification. But one thing Jim McEwan does have in his armoury, he loves a scrap.
45.
And that is a sign of that after the first start. 2 treble 20s. It looks like this game will be going the distance.
100. Jimmy require 103.
Six out of 10. 6 it is for tops. We're going the distance. 3-3.
Jim McEwan.
And so much chat, isn't there, about the criteria for the
7
Grand
for
Slam as well,
final
Chris.
leg. It's Scott to
Just
throw
3 of the
first.
seeds
Game
today.
on.
The players like Nathan Aspinall, Chris Dobie, Dave Van Dyvenbode won't be going with big chances. Good day for the Irish. Mickey Mansell
95.
and Barry Keane. Keane Barry getting through.
Well, in this one, we spoke
62.
about the importance of the match. Now it's all about one leg.
And a massive leg at that.
140.
For McEwan, win this, he's very much in the mix. If he loses it, he's on a wing and a prayer. For Scott Baker, if he wins it, he starts to accelerate again away from the rest of the
45.
field. Defeat for him means that he may be overtaken in the next game.
22.
I don't think he showed me enough to say I'm really confident if he does qualify. That comes Saturday night, he'll be on my list to win it. Or maybe if he could just get this qualification,
85.
maybe settle. Like I said, what's very obvious right now is fidgety.
61.
Should go Bull. So he went the right way and then proved me wrong by getting the 171. Game on.
I got away with it, didn't he? Now on the 138, having just hit 3 treble 19s, does he stay there?
137. Jimmy required
Superb there from Baker.
138.
You'd expect him to. Would have been 4 on the spin there. But just in the background, Scott Baker there. That was a beautiful setup player. It's in his hands.
94. Scott,
The
you
way this
require
group is
46.
puts him in a wonderful position for qualification. And he only
Shot
needs the
and the
one
match.
dart. It was a
Scott
battle
Baker.
royal in the end. And it's the Baker's dozen here at the Modus Super Series. He finally gets the 12 points. A lot of heads shaking, but he's there. Big, big opportunity for the man from Tipton. But it wasn't clear cut throughout. And is that the end for Jim McEwan? Because he's had his ups and downs this week. That was his one big chance. But Baker, one dart at double 18. He pings it. He moves on to 12 points. The big games keep on coming for qualification. It's Anton Ostlund next against Huntley.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 6 games have been played in Group C on Friday, and well, it's been an interesting day. David Mayle getting 2 wins from 2, the same for Michael Huntley, and wins for Anton, Ostlund and Scott Baker as well, means that it's an interesting race in terms of the table. Baker's victory over Jim McEwan, well, if that had gone the other way, it would have been even closer. However, that last leg decider saw Baker pull clear again at the top, but the race for second place is well and truly on. 3 players tied on 8 points, McEwan on 6. Luke Smith yet to get off the mark in the group, but somebody will move to 10 in the game that's about to take place, as Ostlund in second faces Huntley, who is in third.
Yeah, for Anton, he just keeps putting himself into these positions of being involved in a game where if he can win the match, all of a sudden he's looking like him with a great chance of qualification. It was his last game yesterday against Jim McEwan. It was Jim McEwan that won that game, and then played David Mayle in his previous game, expected to win that one, and it's David that got over the finishing line in that. So the big games keep on coming for Anton Ostlund, and I say we've waxed lyrical about him since
first leg.
that was even thrown. But
first. Game on.
For me, this is the game where he has to deliver.
I thought he was coming back at Mayle a little bit in that previous game, so David did well to close the door on Anton in that one, but a 4-0 win over Jim McEwan in his opening match has put him in a promising position. For Huntley, though, it's a very happy birthday so far. He's been a much better player since turning 53, hasn't he?
Unbeaten. It was the perfect performance from Ostlund against
140.
Mike Huntley yesterday. Averaged over a ton in that one for 1 ton.
$60. $41.
Once again, just going low on that first start as Anton as something. It was one of my observations. He's one of those players where if the first one goes, but Huntley's scoring power has been
140.
evident all day.
Perfectly pitched that one.
100.
It'll be frustrating not to have found at least another. Huntley gets a shot of the 120. And now the double. Oh dear, oh dear.
Anton, you require 124.
Yeah, just the one treble needed out of his first 2 darts for Ostlund. There it is. So the big 14 will leave the bullseye.
99.
Couldn't look.
Mike, you require 20.
And the dart double he had can't give him much confidence.
If he could tidy up this part of his game, he becomes a major player this week.
Game shot on the
Leads
first
1-0.
leg, Mike Huntley.
Break to boot as well.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Starting to take a bit of command of the stage as well, Mike Huntley.
$58.
Yeah, behind the scenes, always one of those players with a big smile on his face, that booming South Wales accent. Just absolutely loves the game, doesn't he?
121. $80. $60.
The player he reminds me of in PDC darts, I would say Johnny Clayton. Similar kind of attitude, demeanour.
100.
Happy-go-lucky, but a serious beast on the dartboard.
Yes, he was the #1 seed today in the Grand Slam qualifiers, so we won't be seeing Johnny at the Grand Slam.
60.
Former winner Jose de Souza not there either. Big changes, big opportunities for players, but a big opportunity for one of these two to get into that
100.
second place, that qualifying place.
You mentioned the Slam, Glenn. I know you and Henry had a chat about the new Masters format. Maybe we can do one next time you hear about the Grand Slam. Is that the next
81.
tournament that needs a revamp?
It's not right, is it? I think if you ask any of the players as well, it's players who have won competitions this year, from Brendan Dolan to Chris Dobie. I think. How many Players' Championships has he won? Damon Heta, prolific. Yet it all goes down to winning 3 games at a qualifier and 8 going through. Not for me.
101. Mikey require
I think it'll be a
108.
short chat because I agree. Totally. Now then, treble 20, not found, so Ostlund will get the chance to cancel out the break of throw.
100. Anton, you require 78.
Well, the pressure's there. That's the perfect dart for the 78 combination finish.
54. Mikey require 8.
These small margins make all the difference.
Game shot on the
Ostlund
second leg.
could have been
Mike
2-0 up.
Huntley.
He's 2-0 down instead. A missed start on the ball. 2.
Third
a double
leg. It's
12.
Anton to throw first. Game on.
And I'm just thinking, Chris, is that the first time Mike Huntley's actually been in a qualifying position from this group C?
140.
He's the one on the rise.
Yeah, it would be the first time since the table makes any kind of sense. He won his first match 4-0, didn't he? But as it's taking shape now,
60.
that is much better reading than it might have been for Huntley, because he didn't build on that at all yesterday. Only managed one more win.
58.
Only beat David Mayle and Luke Smith yesterday.
85.
Is it once again that Anton, when them big games are coming up for him, the games that mean so much in relation to
59.
qualification or putting himself in a fantastic position, is he falling short one more time? He's running out of chances.
60. 140.
Nonchalant that last start. Usually such a follower of his process, but he almost thought it was inevitably going in and just let it go almost casually.
I was about to say a little bit of light relief here for Anton, but those couple of trebles, but he's still 6 starts and 104. His to lose from here. Last start makes him a huge favourite to reduce the deficit.
$91. Anton, you require 16. Game shot on the third leg.
He
Anton
does do just that, and it snatches the dart out of the board. A little bit of aggression that we haven't seen
Fourth
from
leg.
him.
It's Mike to throw first.
Such a serene
Game on.
Swede, usually.
That's what I've been asking to see from him, though. Just a little reminder to me that it actually means something.
140.
He was deep in thought there. And when you're not looking at the board, you don't want to hear 140. But it's a good response.
100. $55. $81. $96.
And I've talked about the accommodation I'm staying in, the who's who of dart players, and the last one arrives today.
108.
Ostlund smashes in another 180 for the collection. And one of the headline acts for next week, Alex Spellman.
The who's who of the Modus Super Series, and when Glenn Durrant walks in, they all say, who's he?
Anton, you require 140.
Rude.
You were Premier League champion once.
60.
And I've got the sign as
Mikey
well.
requires 74.
Good signs for Huntley here. 20. That'll do. Happy accident. It keeps it out of the way, gives him a clear look at a different double, and Huntley leads 3-1, and he's one leg away from making a hat-trick of wins.
Fifth leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've criticised this sort of finishing or an area of his game he needs to improve on. Well, that will do nicely. 3 from 4, 75%. Looking really good now.
What are you going to do with that sign? Put it on the back of your car or something as you drive
41.
around?
I might sign it and see if I can sell it on Saturday night.
57.
I've got a bid of me here of 50p. Happy to take that.
95.
No, all good fun yesterday. If you didn't get a chance to watch the Modus Spooky series, have a look back on the YouTube channel. The highlights are there. And the full sessions as well. A Joker, a Jester. And Glenn Durrant was the Lord of Darkness yesterday.
100.
I was the Undertaker. There could be a tombstone coming from Mike Huntley here.
55.
He's playing the big games really well today. Remember, this could be 3 wins out of 3, and he's got a little bit of time on his side after this one. Things are looking good for the likeable Welshman.
Well, can he wrap it up? Get it? Wrap it up on his
59.
birthday.
Mikey
with a big fish finish.
170.
I try to ignore it. Treble 18 will be the shot.
105. Anton, you require 170.
Right, come on. Is this going, Chris?
If he gets it, I'll give him the money myself.
He's what you could have won.
60. Mikey requires 65.
Well, Mike Huntley keeps on winning. 2 at tops.
25. Anton, you require 110.
No family fortunes ending for Michael Huntley just yet. Will he be back? And the failure hit to the treble 17. You can just see Mike in the background, the realisation that you've got 3 darts for the match.
40.
We labelled it a big game for qualification. Mike Huntley came into this match with 2 wins out of 2. And to put him into a clear second position.
Game shot.
That's exactly the scenario. And look
Huntley.
at the reaction there. Incredibly disappointed. Is that the end of the Super Swede? But for Mike Huntley, he is on the rise. And look at those fist bumps. That tells you everything. 3 wins out of 3. And he's not now back till game 11. So he can go and plan his attack for the rest of the day. He pretty much dominated everything. But the one thing that stands out there, he's had problems with his finishing. No such problems in that game. 4 from 7. Big 4-1 win. Huntley, 3 wins out of 3. Big chance for Scotty Baker to dip his toe into qualification. He's up next against bottom of the table, Luke Smith.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. And 26 180s in total last night, I think. I get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett 180. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later, because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McEwan.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Showing the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan, defeating Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Heenan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. One in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Connie require 141. Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heenan.
Conor Heenan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Some wonderful memories at the Modus Super Series, but it's about the here and now for Scott Baker, and it's top against bottom. It was a ropey start to the day for Scott. He looked a little bit nervy in that game over Mike Huntley, losing 4-2. And even in victory over Jim McEwan, there was signs there that he was just beginning to feel it, but he hit that double 18 for that combination finish to win that game 4-3, and everything's back in his own hands. And he's up against a player who was on 0 points. However, at 3-0 down in his previous game, he just began to show signs against Mike Huntley of what he can do. And that's the only defence I've got for him against Scott Baker, who has got the Baker's dozen of 12 points and that carrot dangling of 14 points and almost just touch qualification based on the fact that it's so crunched up between them, behind him, sorry. So good moments here for Scott Baker. I just think being professional is probably the key to success in this game.
Yeah, pretty much through, isn't he, with the win in this one?
60.
In fact, it'd only be David Mayle who could get to 14 points along with Mike Huntley, and they'd both have to win all of their matches.
38.
Once again, I think one thing that Luke may have to learn from this experience is that the practice starts that he's had in the players area, getting onto the stage, because he's starting matches very, very slowly. And I say that because at the back end of his match against Mike Huntley, he was producing some lovely darts.
15.
He's hit a lot of 180s over the past couple of days. He hit 2 in that match, but he's spraying them all over after 9 darts. Still in the 400s, and there's not an awful lot coming back from Scott Baker.
$82. $94. $43. $100.
Finally in the treble 20 bed, not once, not twice.
140. Scott, you require 116. 60. Luke, you require 142.
I just got confirmation actually that if Scott
45.
Baker wins this
Scott,
match,
you
he would be
require
through.
56.
We'll go into the detail of that in a moment. As he looks to take the first step towards it. And he has taken that first step with a breaker throw. Yeah, so
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Scott Baker
Game on.
would move on to 14 points with a win in this game. Now, both Mike Huntley
100.
and David Mayle are the only two players left in the group with a possibility of getting to 14 points, but because they play each other in the last game, only one of them can. So a victory for Baker, he is through to finals night.
Well, if we've been number crunching like that, I don't think Scott Baker will know that. I think he'll be playing this game thinking victory here. And he's almost in the perfect position. He's just beginning to find his range. It was a pretty slow start from Scott, but just nothing at all coming back from Luke at the moment. It's almost that he has to go 3-0 down before he starts playing his best.
49.
It would be nice to see him pick up points, but in truth, looking at his fixtures, don't see where they're coming from. Scott Baker,
60.
Anton Ostlund and Jim McEwan. And remember that Baker at the moment's on easy street, but McEwan and Ostlund could well be fighting it out for that second spot, so they'll really need to beat him.
100. $59. $44. Scott, you require 142. $44.
Again, it's one of those darts that's
Scott, you require
just fallen
98.
out. Totally wrong. The release, totally wrong.
$82.
Yeah, I like that
Luke
play from Scott, but just does it so
115.
quick. His decision making is 0.001. Treble 19 is the only option here for Luke Smith. Just a long, long way away. It is all about Scott Baker.
57. Scott, you require 16.
This for a 2-0 lead. Just
Edge
doing
on the
enough is
second
Scott
leg,
at the
Scott
moment,
Baker.
but that is enough. Remember, a win here for Scott Baker. He becomes the
Third leg,
second
it's Luke to throw
qualifier
first. Game on.
alongside the brilliant Kurt Parry, who I thoroughly enjoyed this week. And we did talk about that, Chris, didn't we? You'd almost forget about that winner of Group A.
81.
You have a couple of days away where you're watching so many players. Kurt made the decision to go home. So he'll be back Saturday
83.
night. I think he's bringing a contingent with him as well.
$57.
Exciting news on social media as well. Henry Deacon working the back end of next week, Chris.
140.
So the Hordes will be delighted.
Well, we still will be on air on Monday to Wednesday if you want to tune in. Don't let Deacon's absence put you off.
100.
Is it the same though, Chris? That's a question that Henry will be asking.
Well, it's not the same, but whether that's a good or a bad thing, I'll leave to the
85.
viewers to decide.
May see Luke going around the board on 263.
Is he coming dressed as a mummy again tonight?
I got some traction, that one, didn't it?
41. $97.
Well, Scott Baker's getting some traction. He's moving closer and closer to being here with Henry on finals night.
$44. Scott, you require 96.
You have to say, for a comfortable 3-0 lead, not pushed at all in this one. 8-8.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
third
finish
leg.
from Scott Baker. The man from Tipton. He's having it all his own way. He had that slight wobble at the beginning of the day. We saw
Fourth
a
leg.
very
It's Scott to throw first.
nervous, I think
Game
the word
on.
we used as fidgety performance, but it was a victory over Jim McEwan. That's been the catalyst for success.
55.
And a leg away for qualification come Saturday night.
There's been a change in demeanour as well. You mentioned that fidgety, the flappy arms and all that kind of thing.
60.
He looks totally cool, doesn't he?
Yeah, so unlike him as well. I don't think I've ever seen Scott Baker be like that. It just shows how much it means to them to get to Saturday night.
134.
Real big weekly prize that's out there. And a life-changing series win. 25 grand.
60. $100. $100.
Scott ready to secure his spot.
44.
Although that doesn't help.
Yeah, good thinking there, wasn't it, from Scott? Not.
44.
McEwan Mayle next. Must win for Jim McEwan, that one. Luke Smith trying to give Baker a helping hand there, leaving a dart in for him.
Yeah, but it was a small 5.
92.
In all seriousness, if you're watching this back, look, I know what it's like to be on that run there. Just put it down to real experience. What have you learned?
89.
And go
Scotty
from there.
requires 76.
But the dream of playing on that stage has become a real nightmare for Luke Smith. But this for qualification.
60. Luke, you require 148.
And Baker will return
60. Scott, you
to
require
put
16.
the cherry on the cake. Scott
Game shot
Baker
and the match.
books
Scott
his
Baker.
place at finals night. The mod is in the mood this week, and he will be there at the Saturday spectacle at the Modus Super Series. He joins Kurt Parry as one of the 6 players that will be fighting it out to become the Week 8 winner in Series 9. Baker has made it. Who joins him? Well, that is still up for debate. Stay with us. McEwan meets Mayle after the break.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just guaranteed our second player through to Saturday night. Scott Baker, who overnight was 5 wins out of 5, but he did have his one minor wobble in his opening defeat to Mike Huntley, who's been superb today in Game 2. And then he beat that man in your picture, Jim McEwan. It was a tight affair, but there was nothing really coming back from Luke Smith in that previous game. So a real delighted Scott Baker joins Kurt Parry in our extravaganza of darts on Saturday night. And for that young man in your picture there,
First
David
leg,
Mayle,
it's Jim to throw first. Game
he'll be
on.
over the moon that he's put himself in a real position where he's competitive and he has a real opportunity for qualifications come Saturday night. And for 3 and a bit days, that sounded like a real pipe dream. But he's had a really good day today. He did beat Jim McEwan yesterday for the first time this week. What he'd give for his real A game right now.
58.
And who would have thought that he would have had a better chance than Jim McEwan at this point of today? But McEwan is now drinking in the last chance saloon. McEwan must win.
140.
Failure to do so, and he will be eliminated along with Luke Smith.
$95.
Yeah, the belief's there for David now, even by his expressions.
140.
He was almost like just apologetic when he was hitting 180, when he was hitting big scores. But now he's competitive, he's fighting.
180.
And this is superb to see.
Jimmy require 121.
1-2-1 for McEwan. Starting on the ball.
$42.
Well, he's opened the door for David here.
$81. Jimmy requires 79. $59. David, you require 87.
These types of finishes for David Mayle weren't going at the beginning of the week. Is he getting a bit more beliefs? Has to stay straight on the 20 for double 5.
77.
That was a big
Jimmy
moment.
required 20.
An opportunity to break the throw of Jim McEwan early.
Game shot on the first leg, Jim McEwan.
McEwan hangs on. Mayle thinks
Second
about
leg, it's David to throw first.
what could have been.
Game on. $74. $81.
Well, I was confident that this game would end 4-2 yesterday. It did end 4-2, but not the player that I thought for, because for the first 3 days, that Group A campaign, Jim McEwan beat David Mayle by that scoreline. But it was a real moment for David yesterday to beat a man of the calibre of Jim McEwan.
85.
And that victory at the end of the day, that comeback of all comebacks against Luke Smith. And I think that's the spark that he needed to really show why he's here.
100
darts like that. He had a tough qualification to get it the Modus Super Series, beat some good players on the way, and finally he's shown those qualities, what he's all about.
By the way, tonight Group B's got a similar feel to it. One player who won all the matches,
96.
and then 3 players tied on 4 points. Marvin van Velzen looks like he is not far away from qualification. Probably only needs 1 win. But Scott Taylor, Mark Dudbridge and Shane Hayward all
93.
tied on 4 points. We could have a real battle because 3 doesn't go into 2.
$59. David, you require
That's from 10 tonight.
94.
But right now, Mayle looking to level in this all-important encounter. And that's a great start, a great dart.
54.
Can't quite finish, but will be back.
Yeah, once again, Jim McEwan just sort of holding almost the back of his arm, his shoulder. I actually think I can really put it down to. Big 20 was near. A little bit of body came into that there.
David, you require 40.
To go level. Mayle
It's
delivers.
on the second leg, David
1-1.
Mayle. Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $140.
You feel like David Mayle can now respond to those big scores.
59.
Our analysis after 3 days was this scoring power just wasn't matching the other players in Group A. It's amazing what a couple of days and a couple of wins and a bit of confidence can do.
43. $31.
Well, Jim McEwan's got a little spell here. If he can find good form, he's playing every other match for the rest of the day. So if he can suddenly just find an hour and a half, or he can play his best stuff,
60.
could get maximum points. That would only take him to 12. It still would not be a guarantee of getting through. But that's what he's going to have to do.
$26. $85.
You know, just literally about to say, he seems to be eliminating those drifts with the last dart into the 5. There's positives there, but he's work in progress as David Mayle.
$135. Jimmy require 132. $92.
Yeah, excellent setup. It looked
David,
like
you
a
require
disgruntled
131.
figure, did he, after the first dart? But the treble 20 sets it up nicely. What a finish this would be. 2 tops was the target.
91. Jimmy require 40.
It's in the hands of McEwan.
Game shot on the third leg, Jim McEwan.
And he does edge back ahead. And he's targeting.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw
Beating the
first.
players above him.
Game on.
A win against Mayle here, then he'll hope to beat Huntley in a couple of games' time.
121. $95. $60.
A really tidy game, this one. It's around about the 90 average, the pair of them throughout.
$43.
Big chance here for Mayle. Can he stamp his authority on this level with darts like that? There's the issue.
66.
Has to address that when he moves forward in this game.
$100.
I like what he's doing there. A lot of internal motivation. Clearly see him saying, come on. Just geeing himself up.
58.
Yeah, the counting once again from Jim. on 263. When you hit that 21st dart, you've got to move. You have to play the percentages. It's effectively giving David Mayle a big advantage here. Perfect, though.
140. David, you require 96.
For parity. Decision to be made. Such a good marker. I agree with that for double 8. Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. This version of David Mayle right now is... well, it's a breath of fresh air.
Fifth flag, it's Jim to throw first.
Well, both players have been in a position where they know they need to win the matches, really. But David Mayle, first target here, I won't be aware of it, is to get to 3 legs. If he doesn't get to 3 legs, then
60.
Any victory for Mike Huntley against Jim McEwan would see him and McEwan eliminated at that point. So that's the first little step. The bigger step would be to beat Jim.
140.
That would chuck Chucky out right now. And it might mean that last match of the day between Mayle and Michael Huntley could be crucial. Could be decisive.
43.
It's almost like this is the deciding leg, because remember, every match between them's ended 4-2.
45.
McEwan still believes. But he's effectively taken the dart here, David, especially after that first dart. No drift.
81.
This could be a huge, huge leg. And McEwan does drift.
44.
Chucky's chucking it away.
Just a little look at the scoreboard, so no excuses if he only hits a single here. Bullseye should be the shot.
42.
Good play there, just the execution. Not to match the thought process, but just a little look at the score. He knew exactly what the situation was.
Well, Jim will admit himself he's all over the place at the moment. 43, 44 and 44 in his last 4 visits.
26.
Well, he'll have to finish.
I know it's a smile on his face, but you've got to grab these opportunities, David, right now, because this is not the version
40
of Jim McEwan any of us ever expected at the Modus Super Series.
And I've never seen that from Jim McEwan. He got away with it. He launched that dart in fury. He's left the 170.
131.
Very, very angry at the moment, Jim McEwan. Can he use it as fuel for the fire? Not going to reel in the big fish, so Mayle will have a look at this 36 to get a timely break of throw.
David, you require 36.
2 from 6 on the doubles in this match, David. He's getting opportunities. That's a big switch up to double 9. Never the easiest. Right in the corner. Good things are happening to David Mayle at the moment. Can he serve it out?
6th flag, it's David
Jim
to throw first. Game on.
Super Series Saturday hopes now dangling by the thinnest of threads. A former champion might be about
100.
to fall out of contention.
Yeah, before a dart was thrown on Monday, Murph, we did say there's going to be some big hitters who won't be there Saturday night.
100.
I didn't think one of those names would be Jim McEwan, because he just knows the procedures here. He just knows what's needed to do to get to Saturday night. He'll be furious.
24.
It's almost uncharted territory for a player like David Mayle. Yes, he plays on the county stage.
60.
Yes, he's playing regular on the ADC circuit, but these are the biggest moments, arguably, in his darting career. That's better.
85.
Well, when David
100
Mayle beat Jim McEwan yesterday, that was his first win. in 17 matches. This is for 4 in a row.
140.
It's another big story brewing at the Modus Super Series. And it couldn't happen to a nicer young man. But Jim McEwan on the back of the 180. This is what he does. This is what we expected. Come on, Jim.
136.
McEwan
David, you require 152.
narrowly missing the bullseye, and now Mayle gets a chance to chuck Jim McEwan out. He will get his own opportunity. It'll be 1 for double 12.
86. Jimmy require 25.
Yeah, doubles have been fine in this game to Jim. Seems to have found his
It's on
scoring
the
boots.
sixth leg,
Doubles, no
Jim
such problem.
McEwan.
We're going the distance. Big leg of darts. Big smile from both. Huge respect.
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Is it advantage McEwan now? He has the darts.
Experience has got McEwan into this position,
69.
but it hasn't been the best experience for him this week. Is he going to cling on to contention? And who knows where that may lead?
96.
Or can the much improved Mayle pull off what would be one of the unlikeliest runs to finals night we've ever witnessed here at the Super Series? Only won one match in his Group A campaign.
25.
This would be for 3 from 3 today.
48.
And 5 from 8 in Group C.
Yeah, if I was a David Mayle, I think I would just do a Marvin van Velzen. I think I'd just stand there for a couple of seconds as Jim takes his
6.
darts out. Because it's in his hands now. He's effectively taken the darts in this last leg. That rocking and roll motion.
100.
Superb.
$41.
Nothing coming back at him here. Can he keep it together? What are we witnessing here? What sort of story?
180.
Well, he wasn't an underdog, was he? David Mayle was an under puppy before this group got underway.
99. David,
But he's putting himself right in the mix.
On debut. Time on his side. Just gather his thoughts.
22.
One last salvo. One last attack from Jim McEwan, who piles the pressure on the shoulder of his opponent.
At times, it's felt like David versus Goliath.
Game shot and the
But
match.
David is once again 4 wins on the spin, and I have to say I am very, very proud of him. 1 from 15 in that Group A campaign. Look what it means to him. That's a player whose head was going down, couldn't wait to get up the stage. What a difference a Group C campaign has made to David Mayle. We have got a story brewing here, and David Mayle is right in the mix. Jim McEwan is out, unfortunately. We won't be seeing him Saturday night. He's a superstar at the Modus Super Series, but just hasn't been his week. But let's give all the kudos and credit to David Mayle. He moves on as we move on to our next game. It's Luke Smith still searching for his first win against Anton Ostlund. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and what a potential story that we've got going. It's been all about David Mayle. Incredible victory over Jim McEwan there. He's on an incredible run today, as is Mike Huntley as well, and qualification has already been secured for Scott Baker. He had a bit of a wobble early with that 4-2 loss in Game 2. He's bounced back, he's through to Saturday night, but still so much to play for. There is the table there. Anton Ostlund, it's a must-win situation for him now. He can finish on 12 points, but will that be enough? The game between the final game of the day is Mike Huntley versus David Mayle. Will it come down to that? But what a potential story. David Mayle in third place, 1 win out of 15 in Group A, but right in the mix in this Group C. Luke Smith still searching for his first win. He's on the stage now. And he's up against Anton Ostlund, who's flattered to deceive at times this week. He has the quality. He come here in good form, beating some really good players the past month. And I'm talking world-class players. Played on the PDC European circuit and beat Dirk van Duijvenbode. But this week, is every time he's sort of been involved in a really big game, he hasn't come out victorious. And I just think he's had enough chances now. I'd expect him to beat Luke Smith, who's having his own problems on this stage. But Chris, David Mayle, what a story.
Absolutely. It's getting very, very interesting, and it would be one of the most almighty turnarounds in fortunes we've ever witnessed in a Super Series week if he were to go through having won just one match in Group A, just one match in 17.
96.
And then got the win yesterday against McEwan. End of the day with a win against Luke Smith, and has beaten him again, made it 4 wins on the spin, all 3 today.
135.
And has put himself in the mix. He has to play Scott Baker before that curtain closing contest against Mike Huntley. Huntley plays Jim McEwan in the next game. McEwan now eliminated
43.
from contention, and Anton Ostlund, well, he would go as well if he were to lose this match.
Yeah, I had a quick look in the... Lots of people are watching. I had a quick look in the chat room. There's an awful lot of love for David Mayle. Feels like all his Witchford Super League team are all cheering him on. They're all very proud and getting excited about coming down on Saturday night as well. So he won't know that, but there's plenty of love for David Mayle. But for Anton Ostlund, he's had opportunities.
85.
He's good enough to get out with this group. I think if he doesn't qualify, when he looks back, he'll be very frustrated when he goes back to Sweden.
I just can't believe you never mentioned Witchford yesterday, Glenn.
59.
I left all the puns
Anton,
to you and Henry.
147. $77.
Well, he has to win up now for the rest of the day and hope that Huntley or Mayle don't win both of their remaining games. He can only get to 12, Anton Ostlund.
58.
So he needs a real
Anton, you
run
require
of results
70.
to go in his favour anyway. But the first job is here.
No score.
Not only has he missed, but
you
he's
require
bust.
120.
Nothing really surprising me with Anton at the moment. I think his head is all over the place. Missed opportunities, and a missed opportunity there for Luke on Shanghai. But leaves it on the 2-darter.
Anton, you require
Ostlund has to go all the way back to 70.
Shaking his head in the background, he was. Goes a different route. Went for treble 14. And only ends up getting a dart of the bull. Oh, and he gets it. Well,
leg, Anton Ostlund.
Bust the first time, bull the second time.
There hasn't been many
Second
bull
leg,
finishes
it's
this
Anton
week.
to throw first.
And I think that was one of the more least expected. I think the most surprised person was Anton himself.
$140. $140.
Better from Smith.
$140.
He's a surprising one for you, Murph. What job has Anton Ostlund got in Sweden?
Surprising, you say?
60.
Trapeze artist.
Close. He's a DJ. In fact, he's known as Anton Dex.
I wonder where you were going with that.
No reaction. The production gutted. It's my best one of the week as well.
57. Anton, you require 121.
Oh.
Game shot in the second leg. Anton,
well, he's done it
Ostlund.
again. Back-to-back bullseye finishes.
leg,
And
it's
now
Luke
maybe
to
he'll be
throw
grateful
first.
that he busts that 70.
Game on. $57.
How about 4 legs, 1 on the bolt? Or maybe a 9.
140.
How can he win 9 legs on the ball? It's only first to 4.
3 games to go.
Touche.
65. $140. $60.
Taking full control of this game, but just niggling away to me. It's just a little bit too late for Ostlund. He's going to be relying on others losing.
43.
I guess all he can do is the task that's in front of him, but it missed opportunities. Starting with that final game, that it was the penultimate game of yesterday against Jim McEwan. Better from Smith.
140.
Yeah, if you are part of the Anton army, this is what you need to know. For him, he needs to win this match, then hope Jim McEwan beats Mike Huntley, then hope Scott Baker beats David Mayle.
130.
Then has to beat Baker himself, and then when Mayle takes on Huntley, he needs to make sure that he's got a better leg difference at the end of the day over whoever wins that match. So there is a lot that needs to happen
45.
for Anton Ostlund
Anton,
to
you
get through.
require 48.
But all because of his errors for me. He's had opportunities.
Game shot on
He's
the
taken
third
them
leg.
now.
Anton Ostlund.
But where were they in the games when he really needed them?
Fourth
Yeah,
leg.
don't throw
It's
the towel
Anton
in
to
yet,
throw
though.
First. Game on.
Maybe the one game he looks back as his second match today against David Mayle. He looked sensational in his open win, did Anton. It just didn't happen. It was literally
100.
15 minutes after finishing that first win. But Mayle has been the star of the show, and birthday boy Mike Huntley as well. It could come down that last game. Stay with us. Still waiting for that second qualifier from Group C.
$57. $100. $60.
Chance here for Smith.
$83. $60.
I suppose if we're talking leg difference as well, a 4-0 victory for Ostlund in this game. That helps that cause, but when you talk about those permutations, a lot of if, buts and maybes.
56.
It can still only affect his own games, can't he? And the best he can do is to win as big as possible. That looks likely to happen here.
60.
Although the door is ajar for Smith in leg 4.
$26. Anton, you require 164.
This good work ended right there, you feel. There with the darts that he tries to forget.
56.
I was about to say, it doesn't feel like a great performance here from Anton Ostlund, but to be fair, he's averaging over 91 right now, which frustrates me in a sense, as this is what he can do.
Anton, you
But
require
that setup player from
108.
Smith needs a treble 19.
71.
So-
Luke, you require 36.
To avoid the whitewash. Double 9. Yes,
Edge
Luke.
on of 4 flag, Luke Smith.
Break a throw as well, and that could be a huge dent. Just that one leg could be a huge dent in Anton Ostlund's
5th
chances.
flag, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just his 4th leg of the day for Luke Smith. Usually comes when he's 3-0 down, Murph. I think that's one of the more frustrating things. He just doesn't look comfortable whatsoever early
6.
doors in matches. So that's one thing he needs to address if he's going to come back to the Modus Super Series, or if he wants to kick on in his darting career. It's really important.
60.
You're trying to start these matches and you're competitive. You can't give the likes of these a 3-0 start, Luke.
'81. 59. 57.
You talk about concentration levels. Anton Ostlund is just looking around the area and just sussing out the new lighting.
95. 57. 42.
Just a little bit scrappy here from the Swede. He had this match in the palm of his hands at 3-0 up. Was averaging over 91, as I mentioned.
82.
That's just reducing right now. About 80 points behind.
87. Luke, you require 164.
164 now on offer for Smith. Even one treble here piles a lot of pressure on Anton Ostlund. This game could be going horribly, horribly wrong for the Swede.
Anton, you require 158.
Luke comes alive at 3-0 down once again.
58. Luke, you require 39.
39 points away from reducing the deficit to 1.
Seven. Anton, you require 100.
So for the match,
60. Luke, you require 32. $16.
just on the
Anton, you
wire of the double eight,
require
Ostlund
40.
wasn't looking. He'd be looking at this double top. You sent it too little too late for the Swede. He's had opportunities to take real control of this group and qualification. That will help the
Shot
cause,
and the match.
but he's
Anton
still relying on
Ostlund.
others and other results. But Anton Ostlund does get over the line. Luke Smith, it's very similar to the other issues. He seems to go 3-0 down before starting to produce what he can do. But Anton Ostlund, who was averaging over 90 for the majority of that game, just dipped off at the end. The real highlight was that 1-2-1. Opportunities there for Smith, but only 1 from 7 on the doubles. That will have to improve if he's going to go forward in this game. For Ostlund, he moves on, and the big games just keep on coming, because next it's Mike Huntley against Jim McEwan.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen the Swede Anton Ostlund get over the winning line against Luke Smith. He's in contention for qualification, but he is reliant on other results. And Ostlund could do with a win here for Jim McEwan, but you'd have to look at the mindset really of Jim McEwan. He will know now that he cannot qualify for Saturday night, which is sad news for Jim and also for the competition itself. He's so synonymous to success here in Portsmouth, but what a day for the birthday boy Mike Huntley. He's been superb so far today. And just a reminder, the final game of the day is Mike Huntley against David Mayle, who has also been just a wonderful success story.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
But I'd have to ask the question, Murph, Jim, you know, where's his mindset right now? Because even just looking at him right now, it's just not what we expect from him, and you have to say Huntley will be feeling really chipper.
Well, certainly will. 3 from 3, like David Mayle. Are they on a collision course, both for a perfect day and for a qualification spot? Can also be confirmed that if Huntley does defeat McEwan here, then that will be the end for Anton Ostlund, despite his victory.
60.
Oh, apologies, no. It'd need me Mayle to win as well, wouldn't it? Because they play each other. He's still got a lot of work to do. He needs them to keep losing. So he needs a favour off Jim McEwan here.
Yeah, it was a high-quality game between the pair of them. Both average 90 in the 4-2 win for Jim McEwan yesterday. But the equation just slightly different now, and it's more about Huntley in this match than Jim, but he'll play it like it's the grand final, because that's the character of Jim McEwan.
We don't yet know who will be through to finals night, but we know that you can be there.
78.
Tickets are available via dartshop.tv. Scan that QR code. Part with £2. Get yourself down to a rather intimate experience of arrows here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
85.
Yeah, I think a few of them are waiting to see if David Mayle qualifies. He could have quite a contingent coming.
$40. Jim, you require 139.
Jim's had plenty of experience with the crowd here. 82 points left. Treble 14 will be the shot for his best finish of the week.
Game shot of first
Take
leg,
that.
Jim McEwan.
But part of them will be thinking, Chris, where have you been?
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
He won in front of the biggest crowd, a full house, when he won that Series 5, taking the baton from Luke Littler, who's gone on to achieve great things, like Glenn Durrant, Premier League champion, of course.
140.
I've got the poster if you want it.
Yeah, relaxation now. McEwan knows that he's just playing for the pride of Chucky.
100.
What's the best finish you've seen at that stage? Is it the
6.
Andreas Harrison one because of the meaning of it?
I think it has to be, yeah. It was sensational, that Champions Night when Harrison won with the 1-2-1. Considering the context of
140.
Crabtree's 1-7-1 to leave double 4 before it. Best dart I've seen actually came from Glenn Durrant in a bullseye challenge.
Yes, the dancing to follow.
96.
I'd have preferred to leave it just at that. Because on the overall average, I'd have the highest at 50.
Yeah, it was the referee Owen Binks that was trying to
60.
get involved, wasn't it? Make it about him rather than you.
Yes, he'll have gone on social media, won't he? He'll be TikToking his way through. Come on, the U's.
125.
The Who's. Well, McEwan has found his magic suddenly, and that's bad news for Michael Huntley, who couldn't have done much better today, but
89.
this could go wrong.
Jimmy require 80.
Yeah, has a real seniors feel, this one.
Cheeky Chucky.
40. Mike, you require 112.
To get him going, really, in this match. Well, that doesn't help. McEwan will be back for tops.
$38. Jimmy require
Mike Huntley
40.
Loses this leg. You see himself drop out of the top 2, and Anton Ostlund would replace him.
Game shot on the second leg, Jim McEwan.
Can't afford a big defeat, because remember the permutations we spoke
Third
about.
leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Ostlund
Game on.
can still get to 12 points. Huntley and Mayle may lose their next games. Then they play each other. If Huntley wins that match against Mayle at the end of the day, he'd be on 12 points as well, and it would be down to leg difference between Ostlund and Huntley. Cannot
44.
afford a heavy defeat at any cost.
Yeah, I think the one saving grace, possibly, is Ostlund's final game is against Scott Baker.
100.
Who is through. So maybe that changes the mentality for Scott, but he's the type of personality where a free-flowing Scott Baker is when he's probably at his best.
59.
Has the little spell off harmed Huntley here? He's had 3 games off since that 4-1 victory over Ostlund, having played 3 in the first 7.
140.
I mean, I think part of... I don't think Jim wants to play this well. I mean, he's just averaging just shy of 100. He's dominating the averages, nearly 30 points clear of Mike Huntley here. But
61.
part of him a bit like, where's it been? Why am I producing it now? But maybe the answer is what you've just said there. He's relaxed now. He knows he can't qualify, and that it looks more free-flowing. It looks like the rhythm we saw a little bit on Monday.
Well, we're talking about the Harrison 1-2-1. McEwan's got a chance here to showcase the same shot, though he will probably start on the
44.
bullseye. That
Jimmy
tends to
require
be the McEwan way.
121.
Then 60 for double 18. I'm not going to take it out, but
81.
He thought it was in, didn't he? Did he think it was in?
Unless he's just gone with a double-double, I'm not sure.
It's the way he looked back. I thought he'd done that, but then the way he looked back afterwards.
95. Jimmy require.
Or maybe he was just
40.
checking he got his sums right. But he's getting everything right in this game.
Game shot on
And
the
there's
third
another
leg.
thing. And
Jim
this is
McEwan.
going horribly wrong for Huntley.
Fourth leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I think Jim has his answer. Maybe he was just a little bit too tense. Maybe just a little bit too methodical for Jim. There's definitely an upturn in pace, more rhythm, more comfort.
140.
More trebles. Just a little grimace there. Still think he's there. You can just see with his arm. I don't think he's 100%, but I don't think he'll ever use that as any sort of excuse.
135. $135. $85.
I mean, does this result go down as a surprise, Chris? Did Huntley go into this one as a favourite?
A good question. Before the day, no. During the day, yes.
The scoring, the adding up with Jim McEwan's been another feature for me this week. We were all looking downstairs. We stayed on the 20s, left the bogey 166. Not punished.
$58. $83. Jimmy require 108.
Was that his last three darts? Because he will have to go back and reassess. This is the route he goes. Now it's really awkward. Can he see through it? Great camera angle, great finish.
Jim McEwan.
And the best performance of the day from Jim McEwan. He'll be frustrated the fact it's come now. He knows he can't qualify. Hence the reason he holds his hands up. Where has that performance been? But that's a real stinker for Mike Huntley. It was a while before he previously played. He looked irresistible earlier. But that's a disappointing average. No darts at a double. Jim McEwan was dominant. 100 average to boot. Superb on the outer ring. But where has that performance been? As we move on to the top of the table, an already qualified Scott Baker against the player of the day, David Mayle.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
On the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12. Double 17 that she gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, where did that come from, that last result before the break? Jim McEwan with a 4-0 win against Michael Huntley, and this run of legs won against the throw continues. Matches won against the throw, Huntley with one against Ostlund, then Baker beating Smith. Mayle getting a crucial win over McEwan. Ostlund keeping his hopes alive with a victory against Smith. And that win for McEwan really plays into Anton Ostlund's hands, because look at that. He has now moved into second place. He's going to take on Scott Baker in his final match. Huntley and Mayle are going to play each other in their last game. So there is now an opportunity for David Mayle to be the man to catch. If he can beat Scott Baker, then he's in pole position to join him in qualifying for finals night. Who would have thought that at the start of today? Not me. I don't think any of you watching, and certainly not you, Glenn Durrant, I'm sure.
No, I did, because I'm a brilliant pundit. I predicted it from the first start. But absolutely delighted for him, may I add. Like I say, there's a lot of people watching him, a lot of people throwing every dart with him. What we're going to get from Scott Baker, well, knowing him like I do, I think all the fidgetiness and all the walking about and head scratching and throwing his arms about, I think that's gone now, because he knows he's through.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
And maybe similar to Jim McEwan, now he knows there's not as much on it for him. We might see the brilliant best from Baker in this game.
100.
Well, he can damage David here, because his leg difference is minus. But if he can carry on this brilliant day,
40.
then he becomes favourite to take second place.
Yeah, one thing that goes against that as well is the fact that Scott Baker really did beat him up yesterday. It was 4-0, comfortable, one-sided. And that's when we were really feared for David Mayle at that point.
58.
He's been brilliant since. This is a real test for him, a real benchmark to see where his game is at. He has to believe.
100.
As a side note, Baker only needs one leg to confirm he wins the group.
45. 119.
He's just so quick, isn't he? And like I said, he's when he gets in that rhythm, he's going to be tough to beat.
100.
How do you get into that rhythm when you're feeling tense and tight? I think that's the conundrum for Baker. Does he go up the ball? Of course he does.
57. 60. Scott, you require 25. Game shot on the first leg, Scott Baker.
1-0 then to the Mod, who has just won the group.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Looks happy about it, Glenn.
Yeah, I don't know what the cheeks were all about that.
57.
But this is a disappointing start from David Mayle, and is it arguably his biggest game he's played in? Maybe getting qualification here.
140.
Did sort of warn you that Scott Baker could produce his best darts. Now there's nothing on it for him. He's done his job. It's about David Mayle finding his game right now.
99.
We have seen ADC qualifiers come here, not play really well, and then come back and do well again. I can't remember a time when I've seen one completely turn it around on a Friday like this.
21.
Having struggled through the rest of the week.
$60.
There was a player by the name of Kieran Smith who only got one win in Group A, the same as David Mayle. And then did qualify for finals night.
125.
You've got an unbelievable memory, Chris, I'll give you that. You think you had people telling you in your ears.
43.
Let's not get started on the voices in my head, Glenn. There's also a player called Glenn Durrett, lost
66.
all 4 games on a Thursday night.
158.
And then he lost all 4 games on the Friday as well.
$98. David, you require 133.
Right, come on, David. Treble 19.
$90. Scott, you require 60.
He's looked efficient so far. Doesn't need to move.
40. David, you require 43.
David Mayle has been second best in this match, but he's getting an opportunity. Opportunity wasn't taken in Group A. But Tops has been good to him, and that's the reason why. He's just hanging in there. The belief's coming back. Confidence is good. Good moment for him. Now needs to attack this one because the highest average this week for Scott Baker, 87. Even though he's dominated the group, so for Scott, I think he wants to go to tomorrow night with
100.
a maybe 100 average, just a reminder to himself that the ceiling's there as well.
Yeah, winning breeds winning, doesn't it? And David is
60.
Enjoying that feeling today.
$60. $60. $100.
I wonder if his 5-week-old baby Poppy is watching. She'll be very proud.
80. $60.
He knows that he can match what Scott's doing right now. There's more emphasis on this game for David than there is for Scott Baker.
$59. $41. Scott, you require 122.
Well, he needed the single to leave the ball. 56 remaining.
82. David, you require 160.
Well, it's been a special day for David Mayle.
Needs a bit of luck here. But we did see Baker a fair few times yesterday miss 3 darts at double. Well, he's hit a double, but missed a double in the same shot there. And he has missed 3. Now
David,
the door is open.
100.
You can almost see the sigh come from Mike Huntley in the players area. Wow. Double 10.
80. Scott, you require 30.
A whisker away. Straight for it. And it was almost inevitable. It was just the micro adjustment both times. A chance goes begging for Mayle there.
4 flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
It's got to be on your mind as you're throwing now.
45.
It's almost like if your opponent's going to check out, do it with the first dart. It's the hope that killed you in this game.
100. $97. $45.
I think if David Mayle watches this game back, whether it's next week, next month, next year, it's a match that he really can,
140.
he can match, he can beat. Right now, Scott Baker's averaging 74. If you'd have said before David Mayle walked onto the hockey,
100.
your opponent's going to be averaging mid-70s after 3.5 legs. Especially the way he's been playing.
41. $100.
Superb dart. Big 18.
138.
Outstanding.
Scott,
He'll
you
hope to be
require
back. He was hurt in
156.
the last leg. He's not to be hurt again, surely.
Has to do his job, though.
100. David, you
And
require 40.
Is to take out this 40. Oh, it's a disaster. Now he's got to waste a dart. And that's not what he wanted either. It's double 13.
27.
Unlucky for some.
Scott, you require 56.
Pressure. He's been absolutely mustard on tops as well. But when he needed it most, will he be back? Last
Game
dart
shot on the
again.
full flag, Scott Baker.
It might be a smile there, but it's a missed opportunity. Nothing given away there from
Fifth
Scott
flag,
Baker.
it's Scott to throw first.
He's one away.
Game on.
3 players on 10 points going on to the last games.
60.
Incredible stuff. And the final game of the day, Mayle versus Huntley. Stick with us.
Well, it could yet be Anton Ostlund that goes through.
30.
There's the referee, Jack Garwood, who actually took part in a referee's bullseye challenge.
60.
That doesn't just feature him, but some of the star referees from the world of darts, including the voice himself, Russ Bray, on a recent trip
70.
to the Modus Super Series. So let's see how the refs get on with the bullseye challenge, having officiated them. Can they play
60.
as well as they call? That will be available on the YouTube channel following this session.
$55.
Yours is still the best, Glenn, don't worry.
Can you highlight mine again, please? It's had more views than most of my games.
60.
It's an incredible stat, though, isn't it? He's not averaging 91, Scott Baker, and not just winning the group, but dominating the group.
140.
Here's a question for you, Glenn. What is the most likely outcome now of who to go through? Because if, let's assume Mayle loses this game,
41.
Ostlund's last opponent is Scott Baker, so there's no guarantee of him winning. And then it does still come down to the match between Mayle and Huntley, if that's the case.
Well, if I could be anybody, I'd be
60.
Mike Huntley going into that last game. But Ostlund, there's just something similar to Marvin Van Velzen just niggling away at me.
60.
He's got a brilliant 100
David, you
average in
require
him.
146.
Is it going to come out? I thought he had his chances. As Mayle had his chances. Double 16 for a beauty.
114.
Well, he's still enjoying
Scott, you
himself.
require 160.
He's not really playing the situation, isn't he? He's just playing his darts, seeing where it takes him.
100.
I'm just wondering
David,
if
you require
there's a bit
32.
of added support there for Scott. He is a real gentleman. He must focus. That's me being boring, I know. Missed
24.
opportunity.
Scott, you
Had
require
a big
6.
chance in this match. His opponent nowhere near his blistering best. But he's got 2 darts to take it.
20. David, you require
Does the
8.
game go on? Does the hope get restored for David Mayle. That's a good guide. Overdoes it. Double 2. Cannot buy a double.
6. Scott, you require 40.
Well, we built it up that this game was all about David Mayle, but
shot.
top
And the
of
match,
the table,
Scott
Baker. He does a professional job, solid without being spectacular. But you just feel that's a real missed opportunity for David Mayle. He would love to replay that game again because there was not an awful lot coming from Scott Baker after that first leg. 1 from 12 on the outer ring for David Mayle. He does come back. He does have another chance. It'll be the final game of the day. He's got about half an hour to 45 minutes to rally himself around as we do move on to an incredible finale. Just to remember, Scott Baker is through. 3 players on 10 points, but it's Jim McEwan versus Luke Smith next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we know that Scott Baker is through. We know that these 2 players are out, Jim McEwan and Luke Smith. But what we don't know is who will be joining Baker at finals night on Saturday. 16 points, he's clear, he's won the group. But Ostlund, Huntley and Mayle all have 10 apiece. And that means that in the final round of fixtures, Anton Ostlund can qualify if he beats Scott Baker 4-2 or better. If he wins 4-3, David Mayle will be eliminated and Huntley will have to beat him 4-0. But if he loses, he will not be able to qualify. And the last game of the day between Mayle and Huntley would be a straight shootout. Before we get into those, we've got the battle of the 2 players that are heading home. And, well, there's a couple of things at stake here. Jim McEwan remarkably could move on to 10 points himself. There would not be in contention. If he does that, it would mean that Luke Smith's visit to the Modus Super Series would have been a pointless pursuit with no wins to his name after 2 days' play. Glenn Durrant alongside me will say something like, "You never lose, you learn." Well, what has he learned over the last couple of days?
Well, he's not coming out the traps at all. I mean, he only comes alive in games when he goes 3-0 down. And, like many The advice you'll get is try and get a win early doors. I mean, David Mayle had that on debut in his Group A campaign. It's just the throws let him down at times.
First flag, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
The information was he's doing really some real good stuff in the ADCs. He just hasn't transitioned that success and that winning feeling onto that stage. And like I said a million times, he can be the loneliest place up there.
And Jim McEwan looked $1 million against Mike Huntley a couple of games ago. Just came too late for Jim, didn't it? If he'd have won that game against David Mayle before when he lost in the last leg decider,
96.
he would still be in the mix right now.
Yeah, if buts and maybes, it was a Group C that Jim McEwan was the hot favourite to qualify. But it was Scott Baker in the end who's, without being at his blistering best, has just
48.
demolished the group really, and a very professional job over David Mayle in the previous game. I mean, as you've just mentioned, going down to the wire. But one name we're not talking about is Anton Ostlund.
124.
If he can win his next game by that scoreline, he's through crazy stuff here at Group C.
Yeah, but that game is against Scott Baker. Very, very interesting ending
140.
to the afternoon encounters, and we could have more fun and thrills tonight because Group B looks just as tight. Do rejoin us from 10 p.m. if you're watching in the UK.
68.
If you're not watching in the UK, rejoin us from 10 p.m. but UK time.
$59.
Yeah, Champions Week is just really taking shape right now. Former winners, experience, young players searching for success. And some real cracking weeks to come as well. We announced last night.
45.
Next week's list of players. Another fantastic group here, I must add.
$134. Lukey require
Good setup
167.
from McEwan. Would love to see Smith grab himself a souvenir like a 167 on the ball.
130.
Smith hasn't had a sniff on that type of finish. That would have been a blockbuster. I think even Jim McEwan
on the first leg.
would have thought him that, but McEwan's been really solid since the moment he said he hasn't qualified. He's gone into the kind of dance, but you can just see him, the shoulder, the arm. It's been an 80% there he is, look. That's what a week of Modus Super Series can do to you. But how much of that injury was there
81.
on Monday morning?
Going to tell you something else now, Glenn. When we were watching Group A, we suggested it might be better to be in Group C than Group B. How wrong were we?
58.
Because Jim McEwan finished in 4th place, 2 points behind Marvin Van Velzen, hasn't got through. Anton Ostlund finishing 5th place, might not get through.
99.
Yep, in mind, often wonders now up to the Group B, but it's such an exciting finale here. Another fantastic night of darts. Really enjoyed the performance of Mark Dudbridge last night.
108.
Super darts from McEwan.
Been brilliant, as Glenn said, since he was unable to get through. Maybe he knows that, and we've seen that many times. A player relax, and then
13.
all of a sudden, they play the best stuff.
Some of his counting's been a bit wobbly. Shouldn't stay on the 20s now, Jim. Because now you can't leave a finish.
59.
Fill it up, son.
162.
Showing what he can do now, Smith, isn't he?
Yep, averaging over 90 in this game. Good game.
100. Lukey require 146.
Come on then, Lukey boy. Not going to happen, and McEwan will return and probably rub salt into the wound.
33. Jimmy require 104. 48. Luke, you require 113.
Yeah, 106 point treble 18 should be the shot, but you could see he was affected by that
45.
first dart.
Jim, you require 56.
Nothing seems to be affecting Jim McEwan at the moment. Dare I say, this has been the best he's looked all week. 2-0.
It's on the second leg, Jim McEwan.
I'm getting that sense that you were right in the previous game, and it's a strange
Third
feeling.
leg, it's
Just say
Jim
that
to
line
throw
again for us,
first.
Chris.
Game on.
I'm getting the sense that you were right once. He doesn't want to play this well. It was a great line, but you do see it where he's hitting everything and walking off thinking, what on earth's happened here?
82.
I think when I look at my really, really bad games, I can still look at it was an effort, and that's what I sensed with Jim this week. When he was bringing that dart back, it looked like an effort, whereas it's a more free-flowing right now. You can just see there, that's, there's not a hint of movement.
121.
Just the better throw because you're relaxed, and the pressure's not on there.
Almost placing the darts in the treble now. I think there is pressure on Smith. He doesn't want to end without a win.
71. $81. $140. $60.
Yeah, that's the dart he absolutely hates.
$140. Jim, you require 157.
Well, Luke Smith will have a decision to make when he returns to the hockey. Does he go
57.
big and bold for the
Luke,
treble
you require
19, or is it
95.
a bullseye pot shot?
For double 19.
57. Jim, you require 100.
Yeah, he's someone who tinkers with his dart. I'm not too sure those really long points he's using to suiting him. The darts are suiting Jim McEwan right now.
Game shot on the third
Absolutely
leg,
stunning.
Jim McEwan.
3-0, but look at the reaction. There should be a speech bubble coming out right now saying, why? Why
Fourth
now?
leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
Why me?
$60.
Really solid once again here from Jim McEwan. When you're averaging around about that 90 mark, he knows he's got another 10, 15, even 20 points on that average at his best.
100.
But it's been a great way to end a disappointing campaign.
$44.
And Jim McEwan looking for back-to-back 4-0s.
93.
One leg could have gone another way against David Mayle in Game 9. And he could be going through.
100.
Dare I say, would Jim have played this well in the last two games? I think I'd expect him to beat Luke, who's having his own problems this week, even with his B, even C game.
109.
Come on, fill it up, Luke. He's listening to me.
140.
Well, he leaves himself the chance to sign out with a big checkout. And he might have to take it out because McEwan has meant business in the last part of the day.
171. Luke, you require 157.
Let's have the finish of the week, Luke. Good start.
I've got a new nickname for him, Eyebrows.
28.
But this has been really professional, really solid. He looks frustrated that it's come too late in his campaign. Can he sign up with 2 4-0 victories?
21. Luke, you require 60.
Tops. Can he find the jam in the sandwich?
20.
Not quite.
Jim, you require 7.
From jam to Jim. Oh, 5-1-1. Cheeky Chucky. And the former champion signs off in style. Back-to-back whitewash wins. It is not the experience that Luke Smith would have hoped for when he qualified through the ADC to play here at the Modus Super Series. 2 days, 10 games, no wins, no points. That takes Jim McEwan to 10 points in this group. Another really polished performance and display. 3rd in the table, but he won't be going through. His race is run. And now attention turns to the 2 games that will determine who is going to join Scott Baker at finals night. Anton Ostlund can get there by beating Baker. Can he do it? Find out after the break.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hold himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Right, 2 tungsten tussles will determine who joins Scott Baker at finals night in this group. Will it be Anton Ostlund, who would be there by beating Baker? If he beats him 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0, that would be guaranteed at the end of this match. If he beats him 4-3, and he just has to hope that Michael Huntley doesn't beat David Mayle 4-0 in the final match. However, if Baker gets the better of Ostlund in this one, then it goes down
First
to the
leg,
last
it's
match
Anton
of the
to throw
day, when
first.
Mayle
Game
meets
on.
Huntley, and the winner would take second place and join Scott Baker in the Saturday Spectacular. Can Ostlund get it done here, or will it go down to the death? Myself, Chris
83.
Murphy, and Glenn Durrant will help you find out.
Yeah, feels like every time Anton gets on that stage, we're calling it Last Chance Saloon.
77.
And every time he's been involved in that type of game, he's lost. But it's just been something niggling, because at times he's looked breathtaking. And a lot of it's down to that first start.
140.
When he gets that going. And you've got to remember, as much as Scott Baker's dominated this group, he hasn't produced the numbers that really should frighten Anton. There's a bit of experience with Mike Huntley in that plays there. Do you think they know the ins and outs?
54. Anton, you require 98.
Probably. I think they'll assume if Ostlund wins here, then they'll be out that they know that he'll bolster his leg difference.
66.
Well, he's got there in the end, but that was a strange route.
100.
It's almost
Anton,
like
you
not
require
going for the finish
32.
and just laying up when your opponent's on 300 plus. Just taking his time, eyes on the prize. Can he just use that first start as a sighter? Yes, he can. 1-0. Perfect start.
Well, Mayle and Michael,
Second
if they do
leg,
know
it's
the
Scott to go
situation,
first.
will be
Game on.
cheering on Scott Baker here.
100.
Don't know if they'll be sure what will happen if Ostlund wins. They definitely know that if he loses, it's between them, straight shootout, and that is what they want. Their players currently sat in 4th and 5th in the table, by the way.
140.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to put the in-play table to upset Jim McEwan anymore. He produced his best darts right at the end of the competition, and fair play to him for doing that. 2 4-0 wins. He's a real legend here at the Modus Super Series.
140.
But he bows out. Who will follow? This man in your picture. He's already qualified, Scott.
100.
Ostlund looking like a dream right now. Averaging, yes, it's early. He's averaging over 117 at the moment.
Well, Scott Baker might get a bit more motivation
91.
with Ostlund playing like this. He'll be like, I need to get rid of him. Don't want him here tomorrow.
And joking aside, I think that's a really good point. You know, this could be a match on Saturday night.
130.
Well, he's got a couple of goes at this. So it's treble 18.
90.
In the end, just tees up tops.
And listen, the story of Ostlund, if he does qualify, how many times have we seen a player just
43.
qualify? And I
Anton, you
remember Mike
require
Gillett doing
40.
something very similar. And then comes Saturday night, whole new competition. And he produces the dart he's doing now, because this is
Game's
darts
on
from
the
the
second
gods.
leg. Anton Ostlund.
Just to demonstrate that in statistics, look at those numbers. That will
Third
frighten
leg, it's
Huntley.
Anton to throw first.
And Mayle in the players'
Game
area. He is putting the performance on just when he needs to most. And we've criticised him, or I've criticised him, that when he's been involved in games like this, he's been defeated.
100. $85. $100. $45.
I have mentioned a couple of times this week, but just 4 names just in the past 6 weeks who this man has beat. Dirk van Duijvenbode, Nathan Rafferty, Nico Springer,
97.
and Vessel Nyman. Well, Springer and Nyman have dominated the development tour. And Ostlund has demonstrated his qualities and beat
45.
all 4 of them.
Springer set to make his debut at the Super Series soon himself. Won't be long, will he?
94.
Well, this is going exactly as Anton Ostlund would have wanted.
79. Anton, you require 110.
110 for 1 ton.
Now it's Scott feeling his arm.
$46. $100. Anton, you require 64.
The perfect match, the perfect performance. And this to put him in an incredible position. A finish you like. Big target area for double 16.
48. Scott, you require
Well, big moments change
147.
big matches. But we're not going to see one here, and Ostlund will return.
97. Anton, you require 16. Game shot on the third
3-0,
leg.
one
Anton
away from
Ostlund.
qualifying and condemning David Mayle and Michael Huntley to a meaningless
Fourth leg.
match.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And the pair of them
41.
couldn't have done much more today, could they?
I did tell you Ostlund would win it this week, Chris, to be fair.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow. Make sure you're watching 7:30 here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Will Dudder be proved right in the end?
100.
Well, Baker be beaming on Saturday night. And what was a very happy birthday for Michael Huntley has turned into one to forget.
108.
Terry will be waiting for second place in this group, which is looking like it's going to be Anton
41.
Ostlund. That'll be the opening encounter tomorrow evening.
It's been a spectacular professional performance here from Ostlund. I feel like I've criticised him an awful lot,
83.
but he's
Anton, you
delivering
require
and delivering in
121.
wonderful, wonderful fashion. Still averaging over 102 in this game. Doesn't need to go treble 17. That leaves double 18. What a performance. What a sickener for Mayle and Huntley.
Absolutely.
95. Anton,
But
you require
cometh the hour,
36.
cometh the man. He's won a week before the Modus Super Series. And Anton
shot. And the
Ostlund
match,
has stormed
Anton
through
Ostlund.
to finals night again with a wonderful win over the man he'll be progressing alongside. Scott Baker, the group winner. Anton Ostlund takes second place. And there is nothing that David Mayle nor Michael Huntley can do about it. He's just found out. He's just found out he's through. The referee, Jack Garwood, letting Anton know he wasn't quite sure, but now qualification has been completed. And it's a very, very relieved Swede. But what a performance to get there. An average of 102, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. And he is through, along with the man he's just beaten, Scott Baker. They could meet again. Mayle and Huntley will meet in the final match. That could have been a winner-takes-all clash, but it's a both-go-home clash instead.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's been an intriguing Group C campaign. And we've just seen the conclusion to the 2 qualifiers. Scott Baker qualified early doors. He was 5 out of 5 overnight. Just a slight issue in his first game today. He sorted that out. But we thought we were going to be coming down to this final game, but the Swede Anton Ostlund has put in an absolutely sparkling performance to beat Scott Baker 4-0 with 101.90. And we had that beautiful moment where the referee was able to tell him that he had qualified, and the reaction was absolutely sensational. So it's Scott Baker
First
and
leg,
Anton
it's
Ostlund
David to throw first. Game on.
who will join Kurt Parry tomorrow night. And just sense it. After the Lord Mayor show for these two, they looked pretty deflated when they were walking to the stage. Clearly, we weren't sure if they'd know what the exact outcome was, but the reaction they'll have seen from Anton and that realisation. But this, Chris, could have been a game that we were going to be chatting about for potential qualification.
Yeah, one of them's going to be the player of the day. It'll be 4 out of 5 for the winner of this one, and it won't be enough. Leg difference would have cost them. We did wonder
96.
if that might be the case in this group, and it has proved to be so. The winner will finish third. They'll get a few more pounds in the pocket, so there is still some motivation here.
60.
But the tantalising prospect of a night at the Super Series on a Saturday has been ripped away by that powerful performance by Anton Ostlund. And he has had one like that yesterday as
93.
well. So he's just shown that he's got it in the locker, and there are signs that maybe we'll see the best of him tomorrow night.
Well, he's going to have to be, because what a mouth-watering start we've got to tomorrow night. Kurt Parry versus Anton Ostlund. That could be a real beauty. They've met 3 times already this week, but you just sense with the crowd,
96.
with what's on stake on the Saturday night, I think that's going to be a fantastic opening game.
Looks like Marvin van Velzen will join them. He is the leader of Group B. Scott Taylor, Mark Durbridge and Shane Hayward all tied on 4 points. 3 go through.
David,
you require 5 in that one. Gary Stone yet to get off the mark. Do join us from 10 tonight here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. That is UK time. Is it bull time?
98. Mikey require 96. $78.
Yeah, you get the sense that
David,
both
you
look pretty
require
relaxed.
25.
You get the sense that both look pretty deflated. But still want to finish off on a high. That was a little bit closer to the treble 9.
21. Mikey require
Lots
18.
of positives today for David Mayle, but that's an area which he must improve on.
14. David, you require
Could have been a
4.
bell to this game, but are you getting that sinking feeling that I'm getting also, Chris? That I think both players are gutted right now.
Yeah, I think they've got that sinking feeling in the chest, haven't they? The pair of them. It was
No
looking so
score.
promising.
Mikey
And
require
now they've got to play
4.
through the pain.
Game shot of first leg, Mike Huntley.
Won't mean much to Mike, but he does take the leg.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first.
It's like being told you've
Game on.
just lost your job, but can you do a shift tomorrow before you go?
Are you talking about these two or me?
140. $85.
Yep, our mind now goes to that Group B campaign. I felt the pain for my good friend Gary Stone.
140.
Not for the first time I've commentated on him, where he's just had a disastrous day one. You can't see. Look at that fantastic camera angle of the flight of the darts going in.
140.
You'll see how flat the dart. He's got it's quite a unique barrel shape, and the flight as Mike Huntley holds the dart
123.
right from the stem all the way down to the bottom.
$83. Mikey require 98.
Well, it's 98 for Huntley after 9 darts. Great leg from him. Treble 18 would leave double 12. And now he'll just tee up tops.
58.
Yeah, big thanks to everybody who's been watching. I think our numbers have been
48.
boosted
Mikey required
by
40.
the friends and family of David Mayle. But it's Mike
Shaughner's
Huntley who's
second
taken
leg,
real
Mike
control
Huntley.
of this match. He leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
He'll be cursing the moment that Jim McEwan was knocked out, won't he?
54.
Mike Huntley, because that's the only mistake today, the 4-0 defeat at the hands of Jim McEwan.
43.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it today. I thought it was a bit of a slow burner Group C. I think I used the term it lacked a real amount of quality. But today's been
57.
fascinating. It's every game's had a meaning and importance. Pretty much 5 of the 6 were looking good for qualification at some point in this group.
140.
And poor old Luke Smith. He'll be back.
Just a side note that might make this even
100.
more sour for friends and family of Mike Huntley. If he'd have managed to get 3 legs against McEwan, even if he'd lost the match, a 4-0 win here would have still got him through.
60.
You like rubbing it in, don't you?
Well, if is a small word, isn't it? But it's half of life.
I'm nicking that one.
$140.
Well, it could be a back-to-back barrage of brilliance, this. We've had a 4-0 win
180.
for Jim McEwan. In fact, back-to-back
Mike
4-0 wins
required
for Jim McEwan. A
118.
4-0 win for Anton Ostlund. Now Mike Huntley wants the same. Tops.
98.
Yeah,
David, you
just shy of
require
91
70.
going into that. And for Mayle to get back into this match. He's had the sucker punch of knowing he can't qualify, but he can finish off on a real high.
50. Mikey required 20.
2 10s. And still. Double 5.
10.
It's curious the fact that
David,
he
you
moved there to go to a clear
required 20.
target.
Almost further away as well, but right on the wire.
Game shot on the third
There's
leg.
a double that
Mayle.
David Mayle likes. He couldn't get much more centre than that. No reaction from either. We're used to the fist
Fourth
pumps
flag,
of Mike
it's Mike
Huntley.
to throw first.
Nothing at
Game
all
on.
coming from the pair of them.
$96.
It's the first leg David Mayle has won against Mike Huntley, who's opened up proceedings in Group C yesterday with a 4-0 victory over David.
122.
I think at that point, Chris, if you'd have said to David Mayle, you're going to be really involved right until his penultimate game.
100.
Yeah, it's a hope that kills you, isn't it? He didn't have any at the start of the day, and it built and built and built, and then suddenly it's snatched away. Like supporting Middlesbrough, I suppose.
Spot on, actually.
140.
Yeah, getting some lovely angles. See the eye line of the players, what they see.
81.
Yeah, I really like that. I'd love to have a little throw on that stage if our referee
99.
Jack Garwood and Gerald Kohler let me this time.
Yeah, practice needed for Glenn Durrant playing at the World Seniors up in Sunderland. A week
100.
today, Glenn.
David, you require 140. $60. Mike, you require 124.
Can't see me losing a leg, like, but that's another thing. That's the bravados. Huntley looks at treble 18. For the bullseye.
Game shot on the fourth
Absolutely
leg.
stunning.
Mike Huntley.
Again, just a tiny smile, a little say to the referee. Is that definitely a nice touch? Like it.
Fifth leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
We do love a happy ending. They won't get the finale that they would have hoped for, but nice to see the smiles on the stage. The candles have been blown out on Mike Huntley's Super Series campaign this week.
85.
But it has been a good day of darts on his birthday, hasn't it? You can't take anything away from his performances to date.
I think it's been an upturn in quality, the excitement, you know, the thriller moment, because there's always been something happening in this Group C.
125.
Yeah, whatever happens now, I think it's going to be a really strong Saturday night.
98.
Even just listen to that first game of Parry and Ostlund, but some real big hitters to come tonight.
100.
Have you picked a winner for tomorrow, Chris? You won't be with us.
No, rare day off.
100.
The A-team in tomorrow. Who's going to win? I still can't see past Parry, personally.
95.
Although,
David, you require 110.
it's going to sound strange. I don't even if I've got time to say it, because Huntley might take it out. Or Mayle might take it out, and I would have time to say it. Okay, I better say it quick. In Group B, despite the fact Van Velzen won all his matches, I think Scott Taylor looked the real danger.
Mike, you require 96.
The finals night. So I'm going to say him or Parry. Is that okay?
Rather just the one, but never mind. That's just in. Just like the bullseye was just in, Mike. He's a character. It's on his birthday. He's been great today. And 4 wins out of 5, but just not enough to get him qualification, but finishes on a real high. And just a special word there for David Mayle. He's on debut, and he's had that up and down that Modus Super Series can give. It's all smiles at the end. And for Mike Huntley, you can see he's lifting his arms there. That realisation that he couldn't qualify and put on a really beautiful performance at the end. A 92.41. And that 1-2-4 finish on the bullseye. But it is Anton Ostlund who has qualified alongside Scott Baker. And after a short break, we'll be chatting with the Super Swede.
So another dramatic day ends here at the Modus Super Series. Group C is completed. And finally, we know the two players going through, Scott Baker and Anton Ostlund, have made it. The day was made very interesting by David Mayle and Michael Huntley, as you can see there, both winning their opening matches and carried on winning. In fact, Huntley getting 4 out of 5, but it wasn't enough in the end because of that 4-0 win for Ostlund against Baker, who he progresses through with to finals night. They're the top two. Baker, the group winner. Huntley, McEwan, Mayle and Smith, who didn't get a victory on his Super Series debut, they all bow out. And I'm delighted to say that Anton has joined us for a chat. First of all, congratulations. You've done it before. You might do it again, but I would guess relief would be the emotion at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, relief is the last thing, and this was my route to win in the week as well before. So you never know.
What was it like when you went on the stage? I mean, we saw you get informed by the referee Jack Garwood after that match that you'd gone to win. We're just looking at that moment now. So you've won the match here. You're not aware at this point. You don't know, do you? And now have a little conversation with Jack Garwood. He tells you that you're through, and there we get the reaction. What was that feeling like when you found out?
It felt like winning a week, actually. You know, relief. Well, look at me. Yeah. You know, relief first of all, but then you know, I've had a week for like up and down, very, very much up and down. It was super harsh, but I thought I was just going to be as calm as I can for the last game.
Well, one thing you are is very calm, and I sat on this seat on Monday morning. And Chris asked me the question, who do I think will win this very difficult week? And I'd looked at a lot of the stats. You'd beat Dirk on a European stage, Nico Springer, Vessel Nyman, Nathan Rafferty. So you've just mentioned there that you've been up and down. I mean, when you've been hot, you've been very good. What do you put it down to, that lack of inconsistency?
Nervous, I think. And playing here, it's super quiet as well. When I'm playing upstage on Europeans or whatever, I can hear something behind my back, but here it's super quiet, and I just need to listen to myself, and that's not a good thing all the time.
You mentioned before that you went through the same way when you won last time, so you're expecting tomorrow in front of an audience that you will play your best game more consistently?
Hopefully, of course, but you never know. I'll try my best, and that's the main thing.
I think you have that explosive game. We've seen you have 100+ averages, and you know you do play Kurt Parry in the opening game tomorrow night as well. So you know all your attention, all your efforts to go into that first game and a win over Kurt, and everything's looking really good for you. I think that should be the strategy for you.
I'll try my best. You know, playing Kurt, a lovely guy, first of all, but then the main thing is just going to Saturday. So that's the main thing.
I just want to talk a little bit about darts in Sweden at the moment, because things are going really well. We've had a winner here before, of course, of an entire series in Andreas Harrison. You've won a week before. There's plenty of other players that have come and done good stuff. Daniel Larsson got to a final here recently. In fact, he's so far the best runner-up, so could still get through to Champions Week if the opportunity were to arise. Darts is going great in Sweden, isn't it?
Well, we have a lot of good players now, and the darts in general is very high quality as well. And you know, coming here to Modus is a special thing now, because Andreas has won it once before the Champions Week, and he wins and wins and wins all his weeks here. But you can see, as you said, Daniel and Victor is playing fairly well here. They are super good at the moment.
And is it big news in Sweden if you were to win it tomorrow? You know, would it be good news?
It will be very good news, of course. You know, every positive thing about the Swedish dart players is good back home in Sweden.
And final question from me, just how high the priority is winning Modus, and are you doing Q School this year? What is the dreams for you moving forward?
My dreams is getting a tour card, so I'm going to Q School, of course, and I'll do my best there, and just grab a tour card and do my best on the Pro Tours.
It would be perfect preparation, wouldn't it, to win on Saturday night and get through to Champions Week. You are there. We can show you how this week is breaking down so far. Kurt Parry through as a Group A winner. Scott Baker and Anton Ostlund through from Group C. And tonight, Group B. Well, that looks very, very exciting as well. Marvin van Velzen Glen, we'd think, would be through. But Taylor, Durbridge and Hayward are all tied on 4 points. It's going to be a similar ending to today, isn't it?
We had a niggling feel about Anton, and we had a niggling feel that we'll see the best of Marvin. He just potentially just a win away. How important of a role will Gary Stone play tonight? Because he's lost 4. It's going to be very difficult to qualify, but what a dangerous floater. All to play for. Very impressive Mark Dudbridge. Hayward got better as the day went on. And Taylor, arguably the player of the night. Yeah, game on.
Back again on a Saturday night for you. What are your memories of that win you had?
My dad being super quiet in the audience. That's what I remember.
And trying to do it again tomorrow. As you just said, plans for Q School. If you were to get through, get to Champions Week, there'd be no better preparation. And with the thought, obviously you want to go and get a tour card next year, with the thought that it could be your last one here. Does that make it even more special, give you more motivation?
Of course it does. Of course it does. I love to be here. It's super nice to be here as well. So if it's my last, I will go out with a bang.
Well, great talking to you. Good luck tomorrow. Glenn will see you tonight in Group B. Hope to see you tonight this evening as well. But Group C is concluded with the brilliant Baker and the awesome Anton going through. See you at 10.